There we go. Oh, that's weird. I got, like, reset in OBS. Thank you for that. Mike, turn on Corey's mic. Mike's slacking off today. He's off in his back room jacking off with his buddies or something. I don't know what he does back there. We never did get to see Mike, which I was very disappointed about. Maybe Delta in Chapter 5. We'll get to see him. But no, as I was trying to say, with the mic muted, yeah, it's kind of weird that we got like one Apollo Justice game and then never again. Mainly because I think they kind of like they intended for it to be kind of a reboot, a soft reboot, and they were just gonna go hard on the whole Phoenix is gone. Sorry, everyone, he's dead. And then people hated that, so like, oh, whoops. Guess we should bring him back. And now he's like the main character, half the main character of this game, and I think he's pretty much the main character of the next game. I don't remember exactly. Something like that. I'll see Mike the Cowboy in Chapter 5. That would be pretty funny, actually. I wish we had more, like, reoccurring characters from other Dark Worlds. I know this is a tangent, but I wish we had more besides just, like, Lancer and Rules Card. I was kind of hoping we'd get some more people from, like, Chapter 2 or even 3. But, I don't know, maybe we will. Maybe we'll get to see some of that in Chapter 5. I know that Castle tags this, but it's not quite the same thing. So, as a recap from last time, we were apparently, so Trucy got kidnapped, and the ransom demands were you need to have a retrial from like 7 years ago, but we're not having a real trial, we're just having like a fake trial. And Miles Edgeworth, Chief Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is now going to be helping us out here by playing prosecutor for the day. So that'll be very interesting. I haven't seen him in a while, even if we account for the 2 games that we played. But let's get into it, because this is going to be long, and hopefully we can get through this whole thing today. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. Really appreciate it. A red cyclock protects a secret person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Dean isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. If for some reason part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. I wonder if we'll see more of these in Game 6. I have a feeling that Game 6 will be heavily involving this stuff, given the name. Pearls, could you stand by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. Damn. I was really hoping we got like the switch up and had Pearl with us for this one. Can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. Our dreams of having a possession this game are dead, I guess. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now my mind is at ease, I better get ready. Speaking of technical difficulties, how do you stream 14 through your PS5 to OBS? You can just DM me the answer to it. No, it's really easy. I have a capture card. I use AverMedia Live Capture or Live Gamer HD2, something like that. It's a very old card, so you'll probably just want to opt for one of their newer ones. A lot of companies make them. AverMedia is like one of the big ones. I think there's I don't know. There's a couple other brands that do it, but like if you just Google video capture card, you'll get like a million results. And there's 2 types you're going to want to look for. You have 2 choices. You have either a USB, like a dongle that you can just plug into the front of your computer. These are fine. They're cheap. They're easy to use on most machines, but they can be laggy and cause delays. So you'll have to like finagle with like syncing up your audio and stuff. Or you can use what I do, which is an internal capture card. It plugs directly into your PCI board. into a PCI slot on your motherboard, the same way that GPU does. It just takes up one of those kinds of slots, and it's lag-free. And that's what I use. And it just adds like an HDMI in to the back of your machine. And yeah, you just plug your video game console straight in. The only other thing you have to watch for is on newer consoles, they have this thing called HDCP, which is like a copyright protection. It basically prevents you from using those things. But the consoles all have the option to just turn it off. So you just have to go in, turn off the HDCP, and now you can use your console to record whatever. The caveat with that is if you like using your consoles for like Netflix or YouTube or something, usually turning that off disables those pieces of software, and they'll prompt you to turn it back on. But other than that, yeah, really easy. You just need one piece of hardware, you plug it in, you're good to go. Yeah, capture card is how you capture games on consoles. You look at the TV or computer stream. Just because of my setup, I look at the TV, because I have like, my setup is, I have my computer desk on one side. You've probably seen glimpses of this in a couple of recent like rhythm game streams I've done since I've moved here, but I have my computer desk to the side, and then I have a TV 90 degrees to my left. So if I want to play on TV, it's just really easy to just look at the TV. So I do that, but a lot of capture cards will have what's called a pass-through. So what you can also do is you plug in one HDMI card, you plug the console directly into the capture card, and then you plug another HDMI cable from the pass-through port, the HDMI out, to whatever screen you want to look at. Although, if you buy an internal capture card that has one of those, usually you can just play off of like OBS's preview window if you really want to. It's perfectly acceptable. In fact, I use OBS as my headphone setup too. If I'm playing something on the console, I'll turn on OBS and just run the capture while I'm playing, and it acts as headphones. It's that lag-free. Like the lag is so minimal, I can't even tell the difference. It's the same thing as me just plugging it directly in, the headphones directly in. So it's nice that way. So yeah, it just depends on your setup. But you can look at the screen. You can do the pass-through thing. My setup is way more complicated than that, and it's unnecessary. I have like a bunch of like HDMI switchers and upscalers and all that stuff plugged in. But the basic thing is capture card, console into capture card, optionally pass through HDMI to back to your TV, monitor, whatever you want. And that's how you play and record video games that are on consoles. But no, there's no, if it's a good capture card, if it's an internal capture card, there shouldn't be any lag. The lag is just because it has to encode the video, right? So if you use like say a USB capture card, like a dongle or something, then it takes longer for it to encode, and you'll find that if you just do like, if you're talking while you're recording the video, then what will happen is you'll easily notice desync. And it's easy to fix if you're just recording and not streaming, because you can just be like, okay, I'll just sync it back up in post, no problem. But yeah, if you're doing streaming, then you have to like play with OBS's like sound delay options and all that, and it's a pain in the ass. So highly recommend if you can. They're really not that much more expensive, if the same price even. If you have access, if you have a proper PC with a motherboard and you can access the PCI slots on it, just get an internal capture card. It'll just save you a bunch of headache, and it's just higher quality anyways. But yeah, I think like mine was like $100, but this was like almost 10 years ago now, dang, when I bought it, actually. All right, enough of that tangent. I like talking about that stuff, so I get carried away sometimes. Good, now my mind is at ease. I better get ready. Just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Alright, are you ready for like 8 hours of Phoenix Wright? That's probably what we're gonna get. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh yeah, that's right, we're in like the fucking fucked up court. Yo, we are doing the robot! Oh, hell yeah. Court, or some facsimile of thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Okay, look, now it's probably not the robot, it's probably Aura talking through the robot. But I'm gonna count it as we're gonna get to interview the robot. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. It's weird seeing him with glasses, especially like... I hate these kinds of glasses, I'm sorry. Glasses with like half rims, especially if it's only the top half, look stupid as fuck, Edgeworth. Stop wearing them. Get some real glasses, okay? This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after, if we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you said as if you know something of this truth? I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. I thought he was going to try and help us.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor? The defense was
Why is he British?
ready.
Dude, he was like that in the anime too.
The prosecution
Although this is
also ready.
this is not the same VO. Because this was made before the anime came out. Although the art looks fairly similar, so maybe it's the same studio. But they made him kind of British in the anime too. Like, what's funny is like I started streaming these games before I watched the anime, so I was just making up like all the voices on the spot. But in my head, that's what I was picturing for a lot of the voices, and it turned out what I was picturing was like actually right for like 90% of the characters in the anime. Still haven't watched the episodes that cover Game 3 though. I never got around to those because I watched it, I caught up to where we were in the streams, and then I stopped when we got to Game 3. It's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of the false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. And without a doubt that Athena's innocent. Oh yeah, he's actually keeping his glasses off for this. Okay, look, I called his glasses stupid, I know, but I was perfectly okay with them being on. You didn't have to take them off, Edgeworth. I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, a spy. Slides the Clara voice down and feels off. Wait, was he voiced? Yeah, I guess he was voiced in one of the cutscenes in this game, that's true. We never did get an Apollo Justice anime. I wonder if they would be willing to do that. I don't know how well received the Phoenix Wright episodes were, but I'd be totally down for like something that covered the Apollo Justice games. Especially if we got to hear more Clavier. That'd be great. True culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, of course. You're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So I wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab of the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Dude, man's just holding a bloody sword. There's nothing incriminating about that picture. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Well, perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. And besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. Skilled as ever playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who's decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Oh yeah, it did have some, it did have one exclusive case. I forgot they added a case to the anime. Yeah, it's a shame it wasn't like super popular. It would have been cool if they got to cover some of the later games. At least Apollo Justice would have been cool to see. Even if they stopped there, I would have been okay with that. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak up for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, with confirming and threatening the hostages and all. Doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Leaving her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation, and though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I'll be giving the testimony based on these notes. Here we go. We need to prove that Blackwell's innocent so you can keep kissing Fulbright. Do these two show up in the next game, or does Fulbright in the next game? Does he become the new Gumshoe, or are they just currently on a new detective every game spree, and we're not ever gonna get another Gumshoe like character again? Because I kind of like this guy. I would rather have him over fucking Midlife Crisis, what's her name, from Apollo. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moonmark, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. I have a feeling Aura did. I'm guessing it's wrong, but my gut instinct is saying it's her. That would be one. It probably could be her. I'm really curious what this deep dark secret that Athena's holding, though. She knows something, obviously. But, I don't know. Like, Aura's the obvious choice, but maybe it's too obvious, but I don't know. Even too obvious might not be too obvious for this game. Oh, Game 6 is Emma again? God damn it. I don't like her. She was fine as a kid, if a bit annoying, but like, midlife crisis Emma? Fuck that. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case he mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, and apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. You can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Now, speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reason behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Wouldn't be the first time he's done that. Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech is the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. She got her shit together? Okay, good. Well, maybe with Emma present, that means we're going to get more interactive investigation scenes again. Because those were the fun parts. She was not fun to be around, but her showing up meant we got to do something fun during investigations, so I did appreciate that. I don't think it could be Aura because if she was the killer, why wouldn't she just admit to it? I mean, why would she admit to it? If she was the killer, why would she admit to murder? Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Could have been an accident. Yeah, I mean, accidental murder is still murder. Even in our universe, that's still murder. That's called manslaughter. It doesn't get you quite as harsh of a penalty depending on, like, what you can prove, but it's still pretty bad.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that's precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. That is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expect no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
That didn't sound at all like his cutscene voice. What the fuck was that objection? No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why don't you say so in the first place? Why is it so deep? I hate it. It's weird. You're the one who screamed "hold it" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped to the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. To later bro go free. But like, I don't think she wants to necessarily. I don't know. It feels weird, like she almost doesn't want. I don't know, maybe I'm reading her wrong, but it almost feels like Aura doesn't want her brother to go free. Wants Simon to go free. Like she's worried about him because he's got he's on death row. Yeah. But like before we knew that, it almost didn't feel like she cared. But maybe she was just trying to hide it.
Hold it!
Look, when has Edgeworth never didn't want Phoenix to go hard on him? Okay, we're all this talk about Fulbright and Simon. Yeah, okay, we all think about Edgeworth and Gumshoe. No. It was always Phoenix and Edgeworth. Prove me wrong. It's rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with the prosecutor Blackwell in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell's drawn a conclusion from these two photos. Yes? And what was that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case?
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Wait, Edgeworth went with him to one of her magic shows? Now that's the kind of deep lore I want from these games. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Black was using the case to hide someone.
Hold it!
That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yeah, let's figure something out here. I figure like this is a good moment. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Alright, I like the confidence, Phoenix, but let's not go that far. Just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Oh, I don't get to look at the... Can I look at the other one? You know, play spot the difference? I'm guessing it's the arm, right? But the coat's on the ground. Well, the problem with this... Do we get to see the other picture in here? Oh, here we go, yeah. There's lots of things here. It's probably the arm, though, because the arm's not on the tray anymore. It's gotta be the arm. That's a big case to be carrying that arm. It seems like that'd be a bit oversized, but...
Take that!
The murder weapon. Unfortunately, the murder weapon was on the floor, as you could see in the crime scene photo. So he didn't take that with him. Well, unless the sword isn't the murder weapon and just happens to be covered in her blood for some reason, I guess. Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the card in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glare ants per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical if it's just a moonrock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there's another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
I wonder who the detective was for this case 7 years ago. Could it have not have been Gumshoe, possibly? Like, we don't know anything about Gumshoe, so I mean, for all we know, he still works at the precinct. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Actually, that makes it even easier to identify what it is. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. Actually? Wow, for once the judge is correct. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Where was that picture? Did we get that picture of all four of them? Is this it? Yeah, okay.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machine healed in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. He always talks about his grandchild, like he's been doing it since, like, the original trilogy. How old is his grandchild now? The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Like, I feel like Judge's unnamed grandchild has almost as much character development as some named characters. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. Case does come up to about mid-thigh, Prosecutor Blackquill. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. Is it though? Do we forget that this robot's standing on 2 orange crates? Reminder that the most orange crates we've ever seen in a courtroom up to this point is 1. They got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by compacting her? Just like into a little crumpled into a ball. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Maybe Gumshoe, I'm thinking it could be Detective Arm. Look how it died disposal. It could be. I mean, we don't know a whole lot of detectives, and like if it's like any real life precinct, then there's probably a lot of detectives, so I like to think it's probably Gumshoe, considering we haven't seen him in a very long time. It appears to be a robot's assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? Oh, fuck. You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I mean, probably, but I feel like that's like a terrible use of the katana and a great way to damage it. Like, katanas are not strong swords. You can't just slice through a bunch of shit and expect it to survive, especially if we're talking a metal robot like this. I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know. I mean, there's even blood on the end of the arm like that. I don't know where that blood would have come from originally on the sword. It probably is the murder weapon. But I'm guessing he probably used it to slice the robot, if there's like blood residue on the end. That the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... We know nothing about her. The only thing we know is she did was shoot at Yuri Cosmos, which we still don't have no reason for her doing that, by the way. Yeah, that's true. Well, didn't we... I thought the reasoning for that was like she just mistook him for the murderer because it was a dark room. So like she saw someone in there, silhouette of a guy, and then just started shooting. I mean, not the best course of judgment, let's be fair, but certainly a reasonable explanation given the circumstances. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene of the time of the murder. Well, we're getting a breakdown before we even properly cross-examine her. Look, we at least had to talk to the walkie-talkie first before it had a breakdown. Order! Order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gone at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things like this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Yeah, there it is. Ponko and Miss Sykes could have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I've been of a different opinion from the outset. I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. That was a weird pause. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone. Well, he's not gonna hold a person. How is he gonna hold a person in front of him like that? So what's he holding? That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research. Analysis showed that the blood seemed to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. How did he carry her completely concealed to the front? Like, yeah, he's pretty big and buff now, but he looks really lean in that photo. We're talking about an 11-year-old kid here. I don't think you're doing that. That seems very unreasonable. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. I don't think that proves shit. Like, okay, headphone on in the shape of the head, or bloodstain in the shape of the headphones, fine. I'll give you that. He's clearly carrying something. I don't think we can prove it's a kid. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the crime scene, it deepens the suspicion against her. We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't know, robots these advanced? They're not very simple at all. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? I mean, he's seen weirder. I think a robot's perfectly sane compared to some of the shit we've called to the stand. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I am not. I am Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. The last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. I feel like at this point he's probably got great-grandchildren. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. Well, the nice thing about a robot is it's not gonna lie, so this should be the easiest testimony we've ever had to cross-examine. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. Oh, this is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today? What if someone was, like, carrying one of the robots or, like, parts of the robot or something? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Okay, so that's probably when somehow Ponko got dismantled. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. The testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. No, it just said that she hugged her didn't say that she did anything. All it did was state the facts. She hugged her and then she fell down. That means nothing. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us. That the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. I think that's conjecture, Edgeworth. Like, that's some real serious conjecture there. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. How do you not know what they said? Do you not have like a recording of it? Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. May as well admit defeat now, Wright. A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Yes, it's kind of like cross-examining a security camera. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Can we get the Cyclops on a robot? Oh, could you imagine if we got Cyclops on a robot? What would the implications of that be for the lore, though? Because those Cyclops are locks on the soul. This is a robot. There shouldn't be one of those.
Hold it!
Irregular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So the recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder? That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. Interesting. How does that work? If I listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of legal implications of something like that, so that's actually pretty interesting. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Oh, so you heard that, but you didn't want to listen to the voices, okay. Her heart. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. I think he mentions it. I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell down, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? That sounds important. I mean, location of falling down. We should probably add that to the testimony regardless. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. I feel like fucking Chatbot 3000 could pass the Turing test if the judge was involved.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll is Mommy Menace's prized possession. Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement? Well, I want to go back to the statement for a second. What? Round window on the workbench side of the room. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for. His objective? I don't know. I don't know. Guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if... all data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed, the bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yeah, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she could be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm gonna save you. Alright, so this is the one you got cut up on. Round window on the workbench side of the room. Well, we have, if this is the murder scene, it has her on the table. There could be a lot of reasons for this, though. She could have fallen down for any number of reasons. I don't think there's really anything else to us, so I guess we'll just go with that.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy! Just be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Okay, how much do you want to bet somehow this is Athena's doing? Like, as a sort of antithesis to her, you know, putting bandages on robots to make them feel better? She thought that the operating table could fix her mom. What if... Actually, no, wait. What if she accidentally killed her mom trying to save her on the operating table? Like, what if she fell down for some other reason? Like, maybe this spy, this so-called spy that we're hearing about, poisoned her or something. And so Athena brought her over to the table and then thought that the table could help her. and then accidentally kill her. And that's her deep dark secret, is that she accidentally killed her mom. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. Victim moved... Well, defendant moved the body. Oh, is this not right? Was my theory wrong from the start? Damn, that was actually a pretty good theory. That would have been pretty dark, though. The fact that the body was observed in two very different locations indicates that the defendant moved the body. That does seem like a plausible explanation. Is that really your final answer? Huh? Oh, he's right. Little kid couldn't possibly move an adult body like that. Look, I don't know. This is Phoenix, right? We're talking about a monkey. If a monkey can lift a giant solid gold bust, I don't see why a little kid can't move a human adult female. Last thing I want to do is cast more suspicion on Athena's that way. Mr. Wright, your response? Can you just forget I ever said that, Your Honor? Please? I can't and I won't. As a matter of fact, here's a little reminder for you as well. Our defendant isn't Simon, if it was Simon, then yeah, that would track. But then if our defendant was Simon, it'd still be us indicting our defendant, and that would be... we don't, as a defense lawyer, it's probably best not to make your client seem more guilty. That said, this being Phoenix, right? I thought he was gonna like twist it around into something positive for him, because he does that a lot. Like, it's like, oh yeah, our defendant totally did this thing that's like really bad sounding, but here's how it's not bad sounding, and it's actually a good thing and makes your guy look worse. And this is the one time it's not. We're actually picking the obvious answer here. Well, okay, I mean, we're picking the more matter-of-fact answer here. 11-year-old girl couldn't possibly move the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. I still say that she, like, decided to take advantage of it and thought she could use the operating table to help fix her mom, and then killed her by accident. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. See, this would have been a perfect time to use one of those costumes that you can put on him. Dress him up in his, like, college outfit. Oh, that thing would have gone over real well if he was wearing that thing. Move for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. His finger wave looks weird. It's too floppy in 3D. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know if it's the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large to the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. And there it is. The defendant moved the body indirectly, but still moved the body. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. Wow, the 2030s and they still haven't perfected image recognition technology? What kind of fucked up timeline is this? That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. It would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. We humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Now, I'm calling it now. Athena accidentally killed her mom. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. And furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept a jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
Would she have recognized her by her face? No, that's exactly what we're getting at here. These robots somehow don't have, like, photo recognition technology. Somehow in this weird fucked up future of the Phoenix Wright world, they just didn't invest any R&D into like photo recognition for robots. So, you know, the ability to log into your phone or computer with your face, computers being able to tell what things are, able to like object detection and maneuvering systems, all of that doesn't exist in this world, despite it being like 10 years in the future from us. Which begs the question, how the fuck does a robot get anywhere then if it has none of those things? Because, you know, before we had all of that stuff, the way robots would move around is they would need like tracks on the ground to be able to detect those things. Or like really powerful like radio signals in walls or something to give them something to, you know, relate to, bounce off of, and signals off of to tell where they are. But now we have all that stuff. Robots can tell when they're about to bump into something because they can just see it. Honka's equipped with facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means
Objection!
face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With their facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Oh, this is like really shitty facial recognition. We have to look right into it, like put your face right up against it, and maybe if you have your glasses off and the lighting is just right, maybe only then will it know it's your face. Don't have any makeup on, don't wear glasses. Make sure that if you didn't have a mustache, or you did have a mustache at the time of like registering your face with someone, make sure you match your picture exact same way. If your hairstyle is different, too bad, you're not gonna get recognized. You have long hair now? Oh, that's a shame. Robot doesn't know who you are. This is like the dark timeline for sure. Forget Dark Age of Law. This is the Dark Age of robotics. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe it read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. She was gonna rebuild her stronger, faster, better than before. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like a magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. What, for your sake? Your poor little ears can't handle the truth? With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. Okay, that's not quite where I thought he was going with this. That's not what I thought at all. That's a little different than what I figured. No, I think she was still alive. I very much think she was still alive, and she wanted to fix her. But, you know, leave it to Edgeworth to twist into the worst possible scenario. Order! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Which would then again make her guilty of murder, Phoenix. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she wanted to make it appear as if it never had happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts indicate the defendant's guilt, remained unchanged. It can't just be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence. Right. Let's see. Can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming a chief prosecutor, I've learned that truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. Hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no further need to further prolong this trial. Petra's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. What do I do? Has to be something. I can't think of a single thing. Prosecutor Blackwell! Finally he appears. You can't repair she's alive, technically? Does the machine have, like, some sort of detection system for it? Because, like, my theory was just that, like, oh, she's hurting, let me fix her up. On the machine that fixes up the robots. Because clearly they're one and the same. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this just be the miracle I needed? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please, go ahead. Maybe he took the fall to cover for Athena? Or so he thought he was doing? I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. Yeah, what's your motive, man? Why would you do it? But little Ponko here is the victim falling. In other words...
Objection.
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can already guess. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection.
And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Dana was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. Wait, was her mom a robot? It's like almost better than Athena being a robot. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Did you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection.
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? To do it so bad. Even now I wanted to fly out of here and go save him. Can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Now who's here? Oh, it's just him again. No, it's her. Wait, you can't be back here. That's illegal. Get back to your chair, Athena. Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Or it might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection.
Sykes, don't. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
It's past 7 years. They've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. He started screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. On people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I want to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. Chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. He's being so brave confronting your past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I'm not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. I figured she would probably show up, even if it doesn't make much sense considering that she's the defense, but hey, you know, self-defense. It's possible, why not? Alright, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Okay, well, I mean, this one's pretty obvious. Man who wants to kill her so bad was happy she wasn't there? Well, you having cold feet? It's feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and I hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Alright. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principle of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Reminder, this is Apollo Justice, considered the Apollo trilogy. just putting that out there again, in case anyone forgot. And yet, he hasn't made any appearance at all in this case. When I found Athena in a robotics lab, I was relieved. But still was looking for Dr. Sykes' return. Why do I feel like this is the one to click on? It can't be, though. Oh, never mind, this is the one to click on. Wow, you changed this tune real quick about that last one. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in to wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yet I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
A murder with a heart. That's, okay.
Can't be talking about that, can he?
It's just a convenient subject for her research. You go to kill someone and the only thing you think about is like, man, boy, her daughter sure has it rough. Oh well, anyways, time to die. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. That day was different. I heard someone out crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? Much stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, that's a first. Went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell's lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Let's try his testimony. Alright, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. Alright, this is kind of cool. We could play it both ways. I wish we had more cases like this. It's a shame this is the first one. Okay, so we can't press, we can only present. I know we had something kind of like this in the whale case, but it was more about pointing out inconsistencies in the scene and not like here we're going to actually be presenting evidence. We're just playing this like a normal cross-exam. Alright, so I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Wait, what do you mean curse? Oh, okay. I thought you said she was sleeping? I used to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. I thought she said she was sleeping. And you said it was fine that she was sleeping. She didn't have to see it because she was sleeping. So I had no choice but to kill my mentor. What are we presenting here exactly? Belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Now, I'm presuming that perhaps we can still use the pictures as part of our argument here, but I don't see anything like super contradictory in the picture. I mean, yeah, he probably just picked up the sword, but how was he planning to kill her then if he didn't bring a weapon? Like, he obviously picked up the sword off the table, so his intent was murder the entire time, but he didn't come with a weapon? Let's check the footage. Well, that's just him leaving, right? Okay, I'm trying to think of like the timeline of events here. So, I mean, the crime scene photo shows her getting killed on the operating table. This should have been the way the entire mechanic worked in the game. I think that would have been really cool if we got to like do both at once. You know what? Maybe I will go back then. How do we back out of here? This way? Okay, there we go. Alright, maybe we'll try the emotions first. I thought maybe we should mix it up, but yeah, let's go back to her way for a bit. Imagine if we had like a Phoenix Wright 7 and it was all three of them like tag teaming and you could swap between, you know, looking for inconsistencies in their emotions, presenting evidence, and also looking for like their mannerisms and stuff with Apollo. And you just got to do all three at once. That'd be really sick. Okay. I heard crying coming from next door. Of course I was worried. Alright, that seems normal enough. Surprised at the crying. Yeah, you're upset that someone's crying. I'm okay with that. I hurried over and opened the door to our box lab because you saw Athena, so you were surprised. That makes sense. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Okay, he seems angry in his statement. I would be shocked too, because you weren't expecting it. That seems fine. Still upset about this one. I don't know if I believe him on that. Oh, it's super complicated? Exactly! That would be great! I wish it was like that. That'd be so cool. Why is there no sadness for Athena? Oh, you think? Oh yeah, wasn't he sad earlier? That's right. Yeah, let's go with that one. Yeah, no, that's good. Good catch. I forgot that he was, we caught him on being sad earlier, I think, too. I think it was like on a similar scene or around that same point. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Oh yeah, he was surprised when he heard the crime, but he shouldn't be surprised when he found someone inside. I think that's what it's trying to say. Like, you already knew someone was inside because you heard the crying from the lab. You know a person's in there. Why are you still surprised to find a person in there?
Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. She couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So the robot did it? What the fuck?
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab.
So how did blood get on the robot?
That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Yeah, we know this is bullshit because there was blood on the blade. Okay, now we present evidence to show that. Robots don't bleed. I think. It's 100% now. What's going on here? If we find an opening, it covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. Wait, I clicked... Wait, what? Why is there no sadness for Athena? Oh, yeah, I mean... Okay, but like, we're arguing the same thing. I'm agreeing with you, Jack. I was just approaching it from a different angle. I see now what you said. I did, in my head, get them mixed up. However, my point still stands. He was surprised. Why should he be surprised when he already knew a person was in there? So, we had the same idea. I think just kind of approaching it from slightly different angles. But you're right. There was no sadness there. That would be an expected emotion in that spot. I guarantee, though, if I clicked sadness, we would have gotten it wrong. Because this is a Phoenix Wright game, and you can't have multiple solutions to a problem. Its Might and Willow really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, let's go for the testimony this time. I think we can present some evidence for this, because we got the bloody katana. We got all that blood in every shot of the katana. How is there blood from a robot? I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Okay. The feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Okay. So this is where we present the bloody katana. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Now, do we present this picture? Because we proved this was... Photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain at the end of the robot's arm. This has to be it, right? Yeah. Because we said this was a picture of him cutting up the robot, so if the robot happened now, where did the blood come from? Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. Unless she was already dead! That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? Okay, but if she was already dead... I mean, he probably just grabbed the katana out of, like, you know, necessity. He was like, oh shit, I need to defend myself, not realizing the katana was, like, covered in blood. That's fine, I can kind of see that. Feel like he should probably still bring that up, though. How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? Wrong thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. You see the bloodstain at the end of the Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. Katana already had blood on it, and so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes, but in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words... Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now. Yo, how's it going, Casper? Been busy as fuck, IRL. Yeah, same here, honestly. Hence the lack of stream yesterday.
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. So much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you're on the witness stand. You're obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing those feelings. Is he gonna get some black Cyclops on him too? Okay, now we do the probe thing. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then... I saw it, that terrible scene. Before I could lead Athena out of there, I cursed my... Wait, go back to that scene for a second! What do you mean, terrible scene? There's nothing terrible about this scene. Probe. It's causing strong emotions. Athena? It's probably Athena crying. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I am terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I always believed that with all my heart. I just realized why is the court in shambles? So the reason they gave, okay. So the reason why the courtroom itself is fucked up is because someone bombed it. Long story. Happened in case 1. You can go back and watch that. The reason we're in a bombed courtroom is because Simon's sister, Aura Blackwell, is holding a bunch of people hostage, including Phoenix's daughter. And her demands were to hold a trial, a retrial of her brother's, a retrial of her brother's trial from 7 years ago, because apparently supposedly he killed and was found guilty of killing Athena's mom. Which, you know, we're probably going to prove that's not true. The only courtroom that was available for this, like, emergency demand was this bombed courtroom that no one was using. So that's why we're here. We're having it here because no other courtroom was open. I mean, what are you gonna do? You gonna just tell the kidnapper, the hostage person to be like, no, fuck you? Like, they're gonna go through with their demands. You gotta be real careful with people who take hostages. Can't just be like no all the time. You gotta give in something because you know that they'll just react. People like that are crazy. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix, right.
Yeah, it blew up because, like, some guy was really upset. I don't remember why they blew it up. It was it was one of the bomb disposal technicians from the police. I guess the guy was just also insane and decided to use a bomb that he had on hand. He just really loved bombs. A little bit too much.
It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her."
Yeah, I knew that there was something to there. Maybe if she was already dead, it may or may not have been because of Athena. Likely not, you know, it's highly unlikely she's guilty of it. But probably, like, she was probably killed. Athena put the body on the operating table and then thought that she could be fixed, not realizing what death was. So it's most likely she was long dead by the time Athena saw her.
"That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted."
I don't think this is, like, it's obviously implying that Athena's responsible for her death, but I think we know better. We've been in a situation enough times to know better.
No.
Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells me the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart.
Courtroom is surprisingly intact for being blown up. Oh, yeah. I mean, they cleaned it up a little bit for the trial, but, yeah, it's not terrible. All things considered. And the fact it didn't affect, like, any of the other courtrooms, too, like, that's really impressive.
So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena!
As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that? Somebody who loved me so much.
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Uncle was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close and vacated the lab.
Wait, you actually were holding Athena in this? How the fuck are you holding Athena here? Please someone explain to me how you are holding an 11-year-old child in such a way that it's not visible from this angle. Strong arm. Strong arm is more like strong arm. He's not even using both hands. First of all, how tiny was Athena? How big was Black Quill?
I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. No, not yet. Can't end like this.
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. Come on, Edgeworth has been in this situation. He should know when, like, something isn't always as it seems. He was literally the one who claimed that he was a murderer, like, 10 plus years ago. And it was also because of trauma.
Always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work.
The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. What were they talking about? What about the spy? I mean, I think we're far from done, but yeah, what about the spy? When's that coming into play? How is this prosecuted if she was the murderer so long ago and she forgot? No one wanted to listen to her. Like, okay, so at the time they didn't expect that she was the murderer because she was like 11. So, you know, she's a kid. Why would she murder anyone? But then she was a witness in trial, but like no one believed her when she kept yelling about how Blackwell didn't do it. That was like the entire thing the entire time. And so that traumatized her. And now she's just got like insane courtroom PTSD because of that. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. Saying please find me guilty is not usually something that someone who is confessing would say and telling the truth. That's something that someone who is lying and knows it would say. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I don't know, they seem pretty easy to make up considering how flowery they are. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this child's gone on long enough. Usually people who lie try to make it sound more impressive, something more impressive than it is. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
Oh yeah, and then there's Apollo's eye. What the fuck did happen to Apollo's eye? We still don't know about that. Do we get to find out about Apollo's eye at any point? Is that like a Game 6 plot point? When they remembered that they forgot to explain why Apollo had an eye patch? I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
He was getting freaked with Blackwell's sister and she poked it somehow. I thought you were gonna say he was getting freaked with Blackwell, with Simon Blackwell. We pissed if Apollo doesn't limp into the courtroom. That would be pretty great. He should just like blow open the doors right now and come in with like decisive evidence or some shit. Like the way that Gumshoe did that one time in, was it game 2? Or is it, no, it was 3, it was 3. Gumshoe comes running in with decisive evidence. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Like over the course of this decade, he gets more and more injured. Dude, a man's gonna be like in a wheelchair, missing an arm. His like head is gonna be, it's gonna be like the 2040s by this point. So his head's gonna be like half robotic. It's like gonna be covered in metal. I'm just imagining like a future version of Apollo. He's like, you know, all battered and like battle scars everywhere. He's got like a big beard on now, and he just comes into the courtroom. Did a little research. I looked into those special sight clocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Tina isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. If for some reason part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. Might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. Or her guilt. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I could just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing deep. I remember the warmth of her faint blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Well, the handle's pretty clean. Is that what we're... I think that's what we're getting caught up here, right? The handle's, like, clean. The blade's only up here. Or the blood's only up there. Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. Yeah, okay, but that's different than you killing her. That just means you held the weapon. And probably got blood on your fingers. That's exactly my point. Blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. And there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my. For facts being like a PTSD-induced murder confession, by the way. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Game keeps asking as if we were right at the end, but it's only been 2 hours. Oh, I think we're barely starting, for sure. I'm certain this is like scratching the surface. Hold on, Judge. I'm low-key using my spirit box. Please don't yab. I mean, he is though. He has a Magatama that he pulls out, like a glowing green rock that he pulls out. And that's how you can see the Cyclops. It works too. Apparently that shit's admissible in court, so you know, it's all fair. She said herself that she remembers a feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Well, it's probably a different weapon, right? Miss Lake said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? You know, this case feels more in line with the older cases. Like, most of the game felt really handholdy, but I feel like this one's been a little better about it. Like, the difficulty finally got back up to what it should be from the first 3 games in Apollo. What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? Does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. There has to be something. Oh, was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? I mean, the machine itself, but you can't really hold that machine, so... I mean, there's all these tools on the floor. Maybe one of those? Maybe she stabbed her with the plug? I mean, those things can be pretty sharp. Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. What, the knife? Oh yeah, because it's in the toolbox, like I just said.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are ones issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
Finally, the knife is important. I don't know why, but like for some reason I feel like Edgeworth's animations don't translate well into like full animations. They worked as sprites. Like they did such a good job translating Phoenix's animations, Apollo's animations. They look great in 3D, but for some reason, like they did a good job translating Edgeworth's as well. But the problem is it feels like Edgeworth's animations don't work when they're fully animated in 3D. Like his point looks really limpy. The tapping of his head looks off for some reason. I can't really put my finger on it, but just something feels weird. But like Phoenix looks good, Apollo looks good, all the rest are fine. Even like Payne's cousin, brother, whoever that guy was, even he looked good too. But something is off about Edgeworth and I can't figure out what. But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Yeah, the in-between frames, it's the fact that it's more than 2 frames of animation, I think is what makes it look off. I don't know if they used like inverse kinematics on Edgeworth or something, they might have. Definitely probably would have used on Phoenix too, but like Phoenix looks great. Apollo looks great. Dude, the fact that like they even copied Apollo's like weird like surprised expression with his mouth where he turns into like a bird beak, it looks perfect. But something about Edgeworth is just off. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. Something's missing though. Also, is it just me or are those tools out of place? You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
Oh, are we going to get to rearrange them ourselves and actually have to move the pieces around until they fit in the right spot? So we can figure out what's missing? No, we're probably just going to have to point at it and just assume that they're wrong. It's not going to be like... We're not going to have to spend half an hour trying to reassemble a jar in the middle of court while that damn song plays in the background. I almost missed that. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? I mean, aside from the obvious missing tool in the box? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Oh no, you're simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, then we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would you see if we were to rearrange the tools? Alright, we'll just fucking point at it. It's the logo of the Space Center. I guess we'll just... Yeah, this one's probably the best one for that. Now, to be fair, we don't have the toolbox here, so I will give the game that one because it's just a picture. If we actually had the toolbox here, I'd be a little more disappointed, but it's not here. There's no, like, in-lore reason for us to be able to just magically rearrange the tools around because we don't have the item in front of us. It would have been nice, though. And what design is this supposed to represent? If the knife was the murder weapon, then what was up with the katana? I mean, yeah. Now, see, the fact that both the knife was used in both murders, possibly, definitely begs the question, it probably belongs to the same person, right? They probably did both murders. That's a very, you know, that's postulation, of course, but knowing this game, it's probably going to be the case. So whoever owns the knife is probably our mystery spy or whatever. The GAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look how that brightly the GAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. Really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. GAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I think I see it now, but yes, with just the tool shown in this photo. Oh, he did rearrange them! Fuck you! The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... Why is there just like... Why is it just a blade like this? Like, why isn't it like a pocket knife like that folds over or something? Why is it just a raw blade just sitting here? That seems really dangerous at the best of times. Like that's a knife that you would just find, like a paring knife you'd find in the kitchen to like cut vegetables. Why is it just sitting like this in the case? Yeah, but even a box cutter, even an X-Acto knife, you can retract it. You can like turn the dial and pull the blade back and then lock it. That has no protection. That's just sitting there. If you're not careful, if you just open this case and like quickly grab something, say goodbye to your hand. There's no safety on this knife. You're gonna slime out one of your coworkers while tightening the nut. Yeah, like there's way too much potential for things to go wrong here. The way the blade looks is just, oh, yeah, like even that's kind of weird too. I kind of agree with that, but even so, it's just odd that's just sitting like that. Also, what kind of wrench is this? Like a wrench would never have a handle like this. You know how easily a wrench like this would break? Same with this Allen key too. The screwdrivers I'll give, they're not comfortable to use because they have they're flat-sided and not round. These tools don't look very practical. Like this wrench is gonna break in an instant. You'll probably end up breaking this Allen key too. Same with this nut turner. I forget what this is called. The screwdrivers I will give, they kind of work. They wouldn't be comfortable, but they're fine. But the rest of this makes no sense. This is the worst tool case I've ever seen in my life. There's no friction in space, so there. True. Well, there would be friction. If you're tightening a screw or something in space, there would still be friction there. But yeah, no, it might be a little easier to tighten a bolt in space than it would be on Earth. Still, you'd probably want to give your astronauts better tools than that. So it would, and that means... A minute, Mr. Edgeworth. My sixth sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes you could have used had been this one. Okay, that pose looked pretty good. Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having the memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't have been that of Dr. Sykes. What if she just, like, mutilated the corpse? Have we considered that one? I mean, that's a possibility. Isn't that itself a crime, though? Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? This toolbox is meant to be evidence for his case, not an actual tool case a real person would use. But they said it was a real toolbox that all of the space technicians use. Are you telling me that the space center was like skimping out on tools? Their budget just couldn't handle tools, so they had to go to fucking Dollar Tree and grab some? Like the cheapest tools you could possibly get. They bought them straight off of Wish. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried it away. I don't know where you'd conceal a knife like that, Edgeworth. There's no cover on that blade. I'm not putting that knife in my pocket, you insane? Go to your kitchen right now. Don't do this, by the way. But go in the kitchen right now and grab a knife and put it in your pocket. How long you think you can walk around with one of those knives? Sit in your pocket, unprotected. Yeah, you won't. It would be scary as shit. That's how you get yourself cut up. Don't do that. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. You've just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
poke a dead body, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a crime, isn't it? I don't know what. Okay, maybe she was doing it. Here's my theory. She was poking the dead body to try and fix her. That's why she was using the toolbox. Because Mom was seen using the toolbox to fix all the robots. So it must be used to fix people up too. So she used the knife to... I don't know what she would have cut with the knife. But she was clearly doing something. She was trying to fucking operate on her mom. Mutilate the corpse. Unintentionally or otherwise. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
Don't use that argument now, Phoenix. You've been doing that this entire time. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Did I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? That the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Oh, don't cry foul now, Phoenix. This happens in every single case you're involved in. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. I thought he was gonna, like, claim false evidence or something. I feel like we're going down that path, but, like, come on. Edgeworth's not gonna do that, right? Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I mean, Phoenix would know false evidence. He totally has first-hand experience with it, after all. And it definitely didn't stab him in the back. Because he definitely did know that it was false evidence and wasn't caught off guard. I don't want to believe it, but it can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? Just claim she stabbed a dead... Yeah, exactly! Just say that it was a dead body. She'll still get put in jail, but it won't be for murder. She may have to live with the idea that people will think she's a sicko for the rest of her life. Surely that's better than having... being charged with murder, though. No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving it to doubt? Can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. Can't lose sight of what's important. Believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I wonder if this is not going to be the only time we do this tonight. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Well, Metis was dead. Athena was in the lab. Now, there's always a chance that they, like, removed it, brought back, but that seems... I don't think that's where we're going with this. So it has to be someone else, right? There was a third person. What if it was the robot? Like, can we consider for a second that if the robot can be told to attack people, is there a chance that the robot could have concealed a knife? If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering... well, their own face. There's that convenient mask on the wall, after all. Wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system, too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. Wright could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Okay, who was there in the scene? Yeah, according to Ponko says, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So it's probably gotta be Metis then. They pose as the victim. They cover their face so that facial recognition fails, put on the jacket so that their ID tag gets scanned. It's perfect. The culprit posed as a victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. This robot is as dumb as all the people involved in the circus case from like years ago. The 3 symbols! Except with a robot, it's understandable. I'll give a robot that one, but unless everyone at the circus is a robot. Culprit could have posed as a victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Yeah, because it would still detect 3 heartbeats but only see 2 people. That would get confusing. Everyone in this game is stupid. Man, no one will ever be as stupid as that damn circus. That godforsaken circus. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Wait, she killed a victim? Or no, not the victim, I mean the culprit? Didn't she like specifically say that she remembered stabbing into her mom though? She stabbed herself. Oh god, that would be dark. Okay. Well, okay, maybe she thought it was her mom. Maybe she also fell for the disguise too somehow, I don't know. She had her coat on, maybe. Maybe she came in wearing clothes to fool any human and then also wore the jacket and mask to fool the robot. Right? Probably saw the ID tag and thought it was her mom. Yeah, I'm thinking like the robot was easily fooled by the coat and the mask. But would that really fool Athena too? It's gotta be the real culprit. I mean, this is a kid we're talking about. It's PTSD. But doesn't that make her a murderer? That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. So she's a murderer then. Attempted murderer. At the very least. She assaulted this person. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say it was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that... Miss Sykes is innocent. He says as he just came to the conclusion that she stabbed another person. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used a utility knife. Could be considered defense iron. Yeah, I mean, like, good luck to Phoenix, you know, claiming self-defense at this point. I mean, maybe. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person. Did Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Tarrant? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Yeah, see, this is what I'm telling you. This is like ancient facial recognition technology here. In 2030. The robot's like, you put anything on your face, you're invisible to a robot. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
A real culprit in this case is still alive because they were the one to make the bomb threat that killed Clay, which started the current case. Well, yeah, that's what we learned last time too. That's why Cosmos was so scared, because he thought it was Blackwell. But then what started the previous case in case 4, the whole bomb thing, that's when he realized it couldn't have been Blackwell because they were still making bomb threats. And they even taunted him by saying as much too, when they gave him the bomb threat. All the ridiculous theories. What good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. That doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Oh, order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yes. I remember a... Tina, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. What did he do to my mother? Dad. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No. Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Oh, I thought we only like broke one of them and we were just gonna have to like now work through the other 4. And that would have been why the case would have taken so long. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Oh yeah, Princess Bride reference would have been great at that moment. Just like Phoenix looking back at him with that smug smile of his. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Whoa! You just told him to shut up! Go on, Athena. Tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... Okay, alright, that's clear self-defense, Your Honor. She's innocent. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. Then I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. Knife went into the back of his hand. Alright, who do we know has a scar on the back of their hand? We need to start examining everyone now. This is just like when we got Karma. We had to use the metal detector to look for a bullet. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Alright, who has a scar on their hand? Have we seen anyone who has a scar on their hand? What if it's Fulbright? Oh shit, what if it is? Yo, that would explain why he was there at the scene first. He's responsible. Oh my god, what if it actually is? I know you're saying that as a joke, but it could be. That'd be such a good twist. I came to, my mom wasn't moving. Check his gloves. Can we look at gloves? Oh yeah, we can't look at people. Oh, I don't remember who has gloves. We know Fulbright has gloves. He obviously doesn't have gloves. We just proved this guy innocent. I sure hope it wasn't him. He's wearing a spacesuit. That's different. That doesn't count. No, she didn't have gloves. He's dead. So that's not gonna really mean much now. Doesn't Trucy wear gloves? Except she would have been like 7 at the time. I don't think it was her. Well, fortunately, Apollo doesn't wear gloves. He wore gloves. It could be him. That'd be a little disappointing if it was him. I kind of wanted it to be Fulbright. That would be funny. I would love that if it was him. Nah, I don't think it's gonna be Fulbright. It's probably gonna be Yuri. He called his own bomb threat. I could kind of see it. I don't know why he'd do it, but I could kind of see it. There's a couple people that wear gloves. Had to do something. Had to fix her, I thought. Like, I was, back in like the original trilogy, I was kind of thinking that too, of like, man, what if Gumshoe was actually the culprit for one of these? Just one of them. I would absolutely have hated that. It would suck to have, like, had to get rid of Gumshoe, but I was thinking like, man, that'd be kind of interesting if it was him. So if it actually is Fulbright, that'd be pretty good, and that would be one hell of a reason why he doesn't come back in Game 6. So that's Ponko to move her to the operating table. Yeah, I knew it. She was going to try and fix her, right? Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us a critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Accuse Edgeworth? You could do that in one of the games. I think it was actually during Edgeworth's trial you could pick Edgeworth. I'm pretty sure there was like unique dialogue, but I don't think I've ever done it. Was it? No, it wouldn't have been game 1. No, it would have been game 3, because in game 1 you couldn't present people as evidence. Unless it was like one of those multiple choice things. It was either game 1 or 3. I think you had that option for some reason. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. This mask can't get here on the wall. It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Oh, don't tell me that's real. we're bringing that stuff back in at this point in the game. I feel like it's a little late for that. A phantom. It would seem like I get that she's being metaphorical, but like I like the idea that she's being literal because it would fit in. I wouldn't put it past this world, but this is case number 5. It's a little late to be introducing rules like that, I think. It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
It's Blackwell. This isn't good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person even existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Check the mask, see if there's like hair follicles or something in there, I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More of my memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Punko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right. He must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do we have any logs from people entering rooms at that time? I thought the Space Center had that stuff. Have anything here any evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Well. Can we look back further on the video? We know the time of death was between 1 and 3. That's about it. Nah, it's just about the robots. I'm guessing the video, right? The only supernatural thing in the AI universe is... Yeah, it's just spirit channeling. Well, I would argue that the powers of Athena and Apollo are also kind of considered supernatural, especially Apollo. Because remember that the bracelet doesn't give him those powers, it just helps him realize when he's using them. Because it reacts to his powers. So, I mean, there's other shit out there. I don't know, what if Edgeworth has a superpower and he just doesn't realize it? Thinking helping is making us lean towards a videotape. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably like, hey, can we look back further on this videotape for things? Because we have this picture, but... This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? See, this feels like a proper Phoenix Wright puzzle, because it didn't tell us, it didn't make it super obvious it was the tape, but it wanted you to try and like think of, okay, what's another way we can use a piece of evidence? Seeing if we can use the tape for anything before 2 p.m. is a great way to do that. I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. There he is. No way. He even has the coat. The coat's shredded. Probably from being attacked. Yeah, because that's her coat. Right, that's the one in the museum. Isn't that Clay, though? Oh, fuck. Apollo's gonna be pissed. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Look, I never said it couldn't be Clay. I just said he's dead now, so it doesn't really matter if it's him or not. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Oh, that's her jacket in there. Okay, that makes more sense. They'd want to memorialize her. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Oh yeah, they did mention it. I completely forgot that they mentioned it. That's such a small detail. But that makes more sense now. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. Proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Okay, but that doesn't really... So the problem with this, or at least looking like it's Clay... Well, I guess that... No, it could have still... Clay could have still done the bomb threat. But we can't prove it because he's dead now, so... Unless he's not dead. Somehow. I don't know how. Maybe Apollo died, and now Clay took over his body. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Wait, what if that's actually the case? What if Apollo's been dead this whole time and it's been Clay that we've been talking to and worked in the and been playing as for some of the cases somehow? It wasn't Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. It was Clay Terran, Ace Faker. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
I don't see a face on that. Yeah, but he has his hat. Can we look at the video again? Oh, we can't see that picture? They didn't save it? At least not yet. No, he had his hat, though. He had the hat. Yeah, we couldn't see the face, but he had the hat. Wait, actually, we can't... No, that would have been taken beforehand, though, this one. Yeah, this would have been taken long before. That'd be real awkward if he had his, if he had, like, bandages on during this photo somehow. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's hand is clearly visible right there in the photo. Yeah, okay, well, I guess it's a little different. Alright, fair enough. Maybe it's not him. I guess he has more of a visor than a hat. Unless he has, like, a Jotaro-style hat where it's actually just part of his hair. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgerth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. Okay, Athena brought it back and just tossed it on the floor? Nah. I'm guessing by victim we mean Metis, so that seems impossible. Killer brought it back. Why would the killer bring it back, though? Yeah, I mean, the killer's the only one that seems to make a lick of sense, but why? Like, just to try and, like, cover their tracks? But that just... If you got a security camera there, that just seems really... I don't know. Seems like a bad idea. I think it has to be the killer. Yeah, like... The others don't make any sense. Like, there's no reason for Athena to just toss the jacket on the floor. The victim's dead. I'm just sitting here trying to think, like, why? Killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. Yeah, I mean, that part made sense. That just seems really risky. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. I said it so confidently, it has to be right. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. When exactly did Blackwell arrive? Maybe he returned it before then? So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. It had to be when the body was found, hey? Which means the culprit is a police officer, and who do we know that wears gloves and works for the police? Only problem... Well, no, actually, we don't see his hair, so never mind. It could have been him. Case closed. Get Bobby up to the stand. We gotta talk to him. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. And how do you discover the body first? And not be a 11-year-old girl? You be the police. Order! Order in this court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? You should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor, Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you really conceding? No, I think it's gonna be impossible. I would be so shocked if Fulbright becomes one of the 3 people that come up here. There's no way. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm... Can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need for further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. And now Edgeworth told him to shut up. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. Person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as... the Phantom. In before it's Shelly the Killer. Like, imagine if Shelly the Killer just comes out of left pocket here. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hack 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them? But where could they have been?
Who is to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
That's what you're questioning? You're like... That's where you draw the line? Smuggling a couple of papers into prison? Let's forget about all the other shit Blackwell's been doing in prison here, let alone, you know, the fact he's been prosecuting court. Although Edgeworth even acknowledged that last week. But that's where you draw the line? She wanted to adopt Athena and be lesbian moms. I don't think she wanted to be a lesbian. I think she was jealous of her. Unless he was planning to have, like, hate sex with her. Someone shoved up his ass. Yeah, that's the prison pocket. That's why it's called the prison pocket. You put everything up there when you don't want it to be found. You think some lowly paid guard is gonna try and stick their hand up your ass without just because they need to? They're gonna do everything in their power to not do that.
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, just get your bird to bring it into prison. Right, why does he have a hawk in prison? Or a falcon, sorry.
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention.
Oh, so that's why they let you do it. Okay, alright. We actually got a reason for this.
Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Were they was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Don't scrunch it up too tight, Phoenix. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Okay, well, I hate to say it. It's probably not Bobby, unfortunately. Yeah, he's definitely the opposite of that. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. And before it's Apollo. Psychological profile, classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Are we gonna have to, like, cross-examine this guy? It's gonna be the hardest, like, emotional analysis yet?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
Wait, what if it's Edgeworth? Hang on, he doesn't experience emotion. It's Edgeworth. Edgeworth did it. It's finally his time.
The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then.
It seems the faint image of this man has started to take shape. And based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned.
You know what would be really funny and really fucked up at the same time if he said? Like, all of this finds him innocent, but because this wasn't a real trial, his verdict and innocence are not. His verdict has not been overturned, and he's still going to get killed next in the morning. Like, that would be so fucked up. But I think it would have been the only real conclusion from all this, because this was not real court proceedings. Edgeworth himself said several times that this was not a real trial. So he count himself lucky. And now the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, someone's not ready. You! Please tell me Apollo's taking the stand as a prosecutor for no reason. I don't care. The logic doesn't make sense. I want to face off against him. Make it happen. Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. I swear to God, if he's the actual murderer. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, that's first part done. Alright, we gonna get to see what Apollo's been doing this whole time now? Apollo comes running in. Athena might not have killed her mom, but she killed my best friend. Oh God, what if? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. Yeah, but like, wait, I thought we were defending her for the murder of Clay. Yeah, she was accused of murder of Clay Terran too. The whole, like, she murdered her mom thing just came up during this trial. This had nothing to do with that. Well, okay, no, sorry. Aura accused her of murder. But that's Aura. Aura has no official stance on that matter. But I thought, wasn't she, like, also arrested for murder of Clay Terran? Because of the trial from Case 4? We never cleared that up. I'm not talking about the past here, I'm talking about the present case, yeah. Still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Heh, surely you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. Really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Okay, but this isn't an actual court trial. Even if he's right, they can't do shit about your... Look, if Blackwell can get his verdict overturned because of a fake trial, you sure as hell bet that Athena here could definitely be arrested for murder. and also get a guilty verdict from this fake trial. It's only fair. As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Now we put all the other evidence back. And now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. I like that Phoenix just knows what evidence may or may not be relevant. It's very convenient. Like, he left the knife in with the previous trial that we just cleared up here, despite it technically not being part of the old case. It was technically part of the new one, but he just left it in anyways. Imagine if he didn't. Imagine if he just, like, left the knife back at the office because it wasn't relevant to the case from 7 years ago, since it had to do with Clay Terran's murder and not Sykes' murder. Imagine how far we would have gotten if that happened. Check now. Oh yeah, I guess we should see what we have now. Okay, so we still have the psych profile. We still have the knife, as we should. Oh yeah, the bomb plushie from case 1. I forgot that was back. The ladder that she used to rappel down the side of the building. And then the lighter, of course, that was found, which apparently has Athena's prints on it. I like that there's a tennis ball. Are we... Is there... do we know anyone who plays tennis? Perchance? Wait, is that supposed to be a tennis ball, or is that just like a crescent moon, but it has like a weird yellow part indented around it? It really looks like a tennis ball, though. That does not look like a moon. But I guess I could see how it could be like a crescent moon, although that would be very strange. Seems like an odd design. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be the Earth and Moon, but like, come on. Tell me this doesn't look like a tennis ball. Like, the tennis, you know, tennis balls, they have like those like white lines around them. Kind of like a baseball. That looks, it's yellow, like the perfect yellow of a tennis ball, and it's got the line in like the perfect position. That doesn't look like a moon to me. Like, if you squint really hard, it looks like a crescent moon, but then, like, what the fuck's this, like, white part here supposed to be? Why is it got an indent like a crescent moon, but then it's still a full circle? I don't know. It's strange. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Wait, why would she be the only one that could use the switch? Because she knew it existed? The crater of the moon makes a similar shape? That's one hell of a crater then if it makes a similar shape. Just one... Of all the features you had to put on the lighter to depict the moon, you had to make it look like a crescent and then put a single giant crater on the other half? Order! Order in the court! And Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? Don't you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Please. I don't get it. Just what'd you find out over the past few days to make you think this? What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, the bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Maybe it's just because it was like related to, I don't know, maybe she was thinking of her mom's case? As we found out, the knife was important there too. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why you had it on? Wait, only the one eye does it? I thought I thought it was just him looking. Why not cover the other eye? Wait, you don't, your power just gets like cut in half, and so it becomes mute as a result? Like it nullifies it because you put an eye patch over one eye? That's why? Why does he still have it on? Probably because he still doesn't want to like perceive her tells. He probably still feels bad that he's like accusing her of murder, I guess. So he doesn't want to think about it. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Well, okay, let's settle this here and now then. Let's recreate the scenario that causes your bracelet to go off, and let's find out where she's lying. Why don't we just go through with this then? Demonstration in court. I guess he has a point. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. Yeah, this is really weird, this one.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But, Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It would be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. And besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Actually, I don't know. Most of the motives that we've come across in the past, they were pretty reasonable. Still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? That's the most insane explanation anyone could think of. It was definitely not on my bingo card, I'll tell you that. I was thinking like something insane like he actually hit, but no, okay, you can even see his eye blinking behind the eye patch. If you look closely, like you can see there's like 2 pixels there, they move every time he blinks. So his eye's fine. Nothing wrong with it. He just didn't want to like listen to her mind or something, I guess.
Hold it!
Why is it medical bandages instead? You know, I think probably because it's just easier to get a hold of them. Like maybe he just pulled them out of the office's first aid kit or something. I mean, where do you get an eye patch anyways? Where would you get something like that? Are you gonna go to your Spirit Halloween and go pick up like a pirate costume or something? Where does one get an eye patch? Honestly, like him getting the bandages, like I can believe that. Just pull him out of the first aid kit at the office, because I'm sure they have one. I would love that if that was the explanation though. Like he has like an actual eye patch on, and he talks about how he like ran to the costume store and grabbed one just for this purpose. Is it possible that someone else used that same escape route? And then like he's talking about, it's like, well, they didn't have any of the ones I like, so I had to go to the costume store further down, across town instead. And I had to get one from there. The other one only had like weird, like cutesy pink eye patches. I couldn't wear one of those because I'm a cool kid.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's a camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Nina said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. Is that on the security camera? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. Is she allowed, like, maybe this was already brought up before, previously, but is she allowed to just, like, continue to walk around the Space Center? Despite, I'm assuming the fact she hasn't lived there in almost 10 years? That must have been when the camera captured her. Like, they just don't mind if she just passes out in the museum and just, like, takes a nap there overnight. What's more, and that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But, wait a minute. I was thinking about how they were making you wonder what happened to his eye because it looks like medical equipment, but then it's unrelated to any injuries he got into his case. Yeah, I see what you mean. No, it wasn't on my bingo card, and it does seem a little, like, underwhelming. I wouldn't say it's a bad explanation, but they made the fact that it was just there the whole time really made you think otherwise. Like, I get why. The timeline of events, of course he'd be wearing the eye patch throughout all of this because a big part of the first chunk of the game took place around now. So it made sense. He had to be wearing the eye patch because otherwise to not wear it would have been a plot hole. But it does mean that the reasoning, it was making it sound more important than it was as a result of that. It's a poorly thought out plot point. It's not terrible. It makes sense. It just doesn't feel, it's just underwhelming. That's all. It's just a little underwhelming. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative in that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? It says clearance Ponko recognized. Okay, I couldn't remember if she still had clearance around and stuff. That's, I mean, I guess, you know, she was like family there. It's fair, I guess. Order in the court. Can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Why does he still have it on, though? I mean, Athena's in the building. You know, just one look at her, sitting there in the courtroom. Like, he just can't handle that, okay? His mind's just not ready for it. That bracelet's gonna clench so hard on his wrist, it's gonna break it. He's gotta keep it on, man. I think at this point, though, it's more of a fashion statement. Like, he put it on because he didn't want to, like, constantly be thinking about Athena's lies. But at some point, he's like, huh, this looks kind of cool. And he just left it. He's going through his edgy phase, okay? Man's like 20, but he's a little bit of a late bloomer, all right? Wasn't it you who proved that in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Classic Phoenix Wright. I would mention as I actually did injure during the explosion. That would have worked too. And that would have been fine, except for the fact that he had it on before the explosion happened. And we now know why that is the case. Leaving your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? Probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. What's the chances of him just being like quitting his job and then we find out in Game 7 that he went and became a prosecutor instead and he becomes the prosecutor of Game 7?
I would like that. I would be so down for that. Clay was my friend. That's why I just have to know the truth. But he has to dress like this. Like, his costume can't change now. This is what he looks like now. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Preferred on to keep me from seeing Athena's tells, but then it got injured during the bombing. Like, that would have been fine too. Just add that little addendum and it would have been, yeah, and he would have kept on. I don't know. He probably just, like, feels bad. I think it's just more of a guilt thing at this point. He doesn't want to accuse her, but he knows that it's the truth. He just doesn't want to hear it. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternate escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? I'm telling you, it's the garbage chute. How have we never considered the garbage chute up until this point? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there an alternative escape route? Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside of me. Or are we gonna have to, like, psychoanalyze him? Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So you can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That's exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. It's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Ethers has just been chilling on the side. These three clowns go all through all this melodrama. He's used to it by now. How many times has Edgeworth seen this? I mean, he was part of the drama in, like, Game 3, after all. Dr. Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room in the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Neither of them! It's the one in the floor he fucking vented! Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? How do we point at the garbage chute? Where is the garbage chute? Down here? I guess that would be too close to him, so maybe it couldn't have been the garbage chute. All right, let's not jump to that conclusion yet. Clearly, the game isn't ready for it. Okay, Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Could he not have just gone back through the Space Museum?
Take that!
It's the only logical one. I mean, that's kind of what we've also been saying this entire time. Really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. Are we, though? What if there's more to it? If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads into the Space Museum, I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes wasn't the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. Weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Oh, where are we going with this? Shoot, trash, shoot, trash, shoot. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Wait. I have an idea. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail the entire time. Wait, they just like jumped out of the... I mean, that'd be pretty funny though. They just like did a bail outside the side of the silo while it was moving, like a car. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for a culprit. Are you kidding me? I want to see this in action. Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where would the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Okay, so like while it was moving, I'm thinking the ladder. I don't know how they would have done it, but I'm thinking they would have used the ladder. Did they like, okay, while it was moving, did they like jump and grab the ladder on the side of the window that was probably still there from when Aura went down it? I don't know where it wants me to go with this. Like the launch site maybe? Maybe it was out here? Do it for the vine. I want to see this, like someone just jumping out of the Space Museum while it's moving and just like doing like a roll, just combat roll as they drop 50 feet to the ground. They keep saying the truth hurts, the truth isn't always on your side, the truth can be disappointing, but haven't actually gone through with it. Someone we know to be kind. If someone we know to be kind, what I'm saying is that Fulbright being the fan would fit insanely well in the game's themes. Oh, I so hope it's him. Told Aura to drop the ladder. Oh fuck, you're right. Well, it was it Fulbright that did that? Okay, how do we point at this? It's got to be the ladder, right? Like that's where we're going with this. They jumped out and grabbed the ladder at the boarding lounge. Do I just click on boarding lounge maybe? It was the detective. You're right, it was the detective. It's totally him. Oh, it was the detective total drop. Okay, we're clicking on like boarding lounge here. I'm clicking like right here. Is this wrong? I probably clicked in the wrong spot. I don't know where like would want me to click for that, honestly. The open area? Okay, shit. I should have just clicked outside. Like maybe on the outside part next to the lounge one. Has to be him. I fucking hope it's him. Man, I was enjoying him too, but that would be so good if it was actually him. God, I hope it's him. But, okay, the only problem with that theory... Look at this explanation. His emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. I don't know about you. Bobby Fulbright is, like, not that. Was moving along the rail at the time. Yeah, okay, so just click anywhere outside, right? Okay. Yeah, I guess I was like trying to click on the wall specifically, but yeah, that's a little too precise. So it would have been like right here. Yeah. I was like 3 pixels off. I was being too precise. A spy would be very good at masking their lack of emotions with an over-the-top version of emotion. True. That would definitely be the case. You would never suspect the guy who's pretending to be super expressive. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon, namely a few dead leaves on the floor. And considering where dead leaves come from, they point to us exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. No one thought to, like, clean up the leaves? Like, I'm surprised those leaves are still there, because no one even considered the corridor to the Space Museum to be part of the crime scene. So, shouldn't those leaves have just been, like, swept up or something at some point? Like, I'm surprised they were still there. That's very lucky for us. I'm glad some robot was, like, failing their job. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Dude, the guy fucking bailed. Only Bobby Fulbright would have the guts to, like, jump from a moving rocket silo to a ladder on the side of a 5-story building. He seems like the guy who would pull off a stunt like that. Yep. Well, the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. I'm honestly shocked that that door is even able to open. I guess, well, it would need to be, yeah. No, that's true, actually. It should be able to open in case of an emergency. For some reason. So, you know what? I'm not shocked that door can open. That actually it would be weirder if it couldn't open while it was moving. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
His name isn't even Bobby Fulbright. It's probably like something like, I don't know, Billy Half Dumb. Do you know how impossible that would be? A corridor is level at the 3rd floor. Even the culprit tried to leap out to the outside wall of the Space Center building. They'd fall to their death. Not if they're Spider-Man. Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing instance, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? This is a good case. I'm like in this case, it feels like the puzzles aren't holding my hand. Me having to click on the outside without like barely any prompt or anything is classic Phoenix Wright. That felt like a classic Phoenix Wright puzzle. It felt really good. An emergency ladder? There's an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape to ground level. Oh, it was over there. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. I mean, if we're talking about like a super spy here, yeah. Obviously he would do that. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Like, I get that you're new to this, Apollo, Hang around with Phoenix a lot, you'll hear this all the time.
Order in that court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
So, our man is not only a super spy, they're also a world-class Olympic athlete. It was Mario the entire time.
20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder.
Man, I wish Edgeworth was around for game 2. He would have torn the circus case wide open with his logic, because that thing is so illogical, and yet this is approaching that. This jump in theory. I'm glad someone was here to ground Phoenix.
Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. Culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
It's kind of wondering how the ladder didn't fall over if he did jump. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, it must have been... Okay, well, even if he didn't jump, like, regardless of jumping, how was that ladder secured? Like, it's an emergency ladder, so I'm assuming there was probably some way to attach it to the building.
In that case, the culprit could have hidden into the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened.
That's a good point.
But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap? And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other?
I love that he's getting raked over the coals for this insane jump of logic by Edgeworth. This is so perfect. Mr. Logic himself. Like, if we were playing this from Edgeworth's point of view, you know this would have been fucking mind chess.
That's another good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off or they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Well, I mean, if all those spy movies I've watched are anything to go by, I mean, clearly it was the spy that we're looking for. Obviously. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth.
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Oh, it's so good. Well, okay, yeah, the fear thing, I don't know if I fully agree with Edgeworth on the fear thing, because this man just committed murder, so I'm sure he's got, like, an adrenaline rush going. But every other point that he's making is, like, super reasonable, and I wish he was there for Turnabout Big Top. Like, it's a 20-foot jump, 50 feet to the ground. You're not making that jump. Even if you do make that jump, that is an unstable ladder. You're probably going to knock it over. The timing would have to be impeccable. He's not saying it's impossible. He's just saying it's highly, highly unlikely, and there's no reason for that theory to even be humored in the first place.
Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman.
Everyone feels fear on some level, right? Well, it's a good thing we're not working with an ordinary person here, aren't we? Wait a minute.
I got it this time.
I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. You could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they've been spotted. Yeah, someone like that would have easily taken the most efficient route. Wouldn't even consider that it's insane. It's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure that keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom, again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. Just give us a presumptuous place to put the cupboard feels so fear. They need to clear about the ladder didn't fall though. You know what? I don't think they need to. Like, the ladder, like, look at this box. The ladder clearly says emergency ladder. I am going to assume that it is designed to have at least some way to secure it to a wall or something under normal circumstances. So, yeah, you know what? Okay, guy jumped to the ladder and he got really fucking lucky. I will take that. That is still more believable than the entirety of Turnabout Big Top. I will take that. That is perfectly acceptable by my standards. Like, I expect something that's meant for emergencies has a little, like, as stuff to it, you know, as some sort of durability and security, because it's meant to be used that way. I don't even know if a ladder like that exists. I'm sure it does. I'm sure there's, like, ladders that, like, you would need a ladder like that in case, like, a fire or something, right? Like, they probably have something like that to let you out of a building in case you can't go out on the stairs or outside in the corridor because everything's on fire. Order in the court. What do I say? Mr. Wright, please continue. There's just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? Oh, it's very risky, but you know what? I kind of get where this person's coming from. I get scared of things. I'm not, like, without fear, but as someone who also doesn't experience emotions and feelings in the same way as a normal person, I can totally relate to this murderer who jumped a 20-foot gap 50 feet above the ground to a ladder to escape. People like that, they don't think with their emotions. They just think like, oh, I need to do this to get away. I'm going to do this thing. And that is all they consider, because they only consider the logic of the situation they're in. Problem: I committed a crime. I must escape. Solution: ladder. And that is the end of their thinking. That is all they need. They don't consider the consequences of what happens. They just do it. I do that too from time to time. I don't jump onto ladders 50 feet above the ground, 20 feet away when I'm in a moving building, but I think the same logic applies. I don't think it's that unreasonable given the facts. This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? How fast does a building move? Because if it's going fast, then the moment's going to transfer to the ladder to tip over. Yeah, I mean, I would think that a big, giant silo like that probably isn't moving that fast, honestly. Like, Edgeworth makes a big deal about how they'd have a very small window, but I think it's still, like, a fairly okay window. Like, think about it. Like, I've never seen a mechanism like that before. I don't even know if a mechanism like that exists in real life. They move rockets at space centers, but only the rocket itself, not like the entire silo like that. But I would think that a big building like that probably has to move very slowly. It's not going to be moving very fast, maybe a few miles an hour at most. So, yeah, that momentum would carry over. But again, I would just chalk it up to sheer luck. I mean, we've seen crazier. This is nothing. Honestly, this stunt isn't even that insane when you compare it to the... What was the one in 3.5 where they, like, swung the body across, like, a 70-foot ravine onto the other side and someone caught it? That's even more crazy, and that's just a dead body. So I think this is like not even up there in terms of like some of the weird shit we've seen. Right, this escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Detective Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor is meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Now, that said, Edgeworth still has a point in that why didn't he just hide in the museum or something? Like, if this was a spur-of-the-moment thing, that would have actually made it more believable than this being, every part of this being premeditated. While still, like, not totally unbelievable, it's certainly insane. Like, this person deliberately set it up this way. They wanted to go for the ladder. Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... I can't believe it. After the explosions, the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. He lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too, and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. Now you want to talk about corruption? Why not take it straight from the source? He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We're all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. A champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also all just one big act? No, that was real. I want to believe. I swore that before Prosecutor Blackwell would make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give to his emotions and dare to defend the bot. I refuse to believe that last bit. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. Scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it. How the hell did I fall for all that? I bet that evidence was faked. I bet it doesn't have Athena's prints on it. He would have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Alright, this is the game's last opportunity to bring every single case together. Yes, he was present in all of them. But that doesn't count because he's like the game's detective, so of course the detective's going to be present all. But this is the game's chance to prove that every case did matter after all. Like, if the game can't do this, then the entire plot has fallen apart. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? Whoa! I won't have anyone assaulting anyone when I'm present, okay? I got enough cases to worry about here. We're already done 2 today. We don't need to make it a 3rd. What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I like to see the doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ouch! I was kind of hoping that was Phoenix that did it. That would have been funny. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about?
I want to believe in Athena, I really do. Who has faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? Oh, you slapped him instead. Alright. I'm making a note of this for the case later. You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Edgeworth? Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Our Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Have you seen all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell has said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. What, come here and gloat? Want to know my idea? He's been waiting for the capsule to come back from space because its bloody knife is in there and it would reveal what actually happened. Oh, you think like the original knife from the previous case and he's worried they're gonna find it? That could be it. I ain't come to apologize if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Ara. She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yeah, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Does that mean that she you know, by extension possibly trusts in injustice? Could one say it's injustice that we trust? No? Maybe? Black Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. Why does he still have the cuffs on if he's innocent? Damn. Someone's slacking. Maybe no one here has the key. I thought these are probably like really special cuffs that they had to make for him, so they had to probably make like a special key. Or no, you know what it probably is? They don't have a key. And now it's just this really awkward situation where like he's innocent, but they never devised a way to take these cuffs off. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. Yeah, her brother's not dying tomorrow. He's innocent, but like, look, he still has cuffs on. They couldn't figure out how to take him off. That's okay. He could just snap him in half again if he needs to, I guess. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. So glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Or...
Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. In before we get a secret case number 6. Phoenix defends the kidnapper.
What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable.
But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor.
Yes?
I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand.
That was my plan all along.
After all, it's highly unconventional for men of my position to stand in court.
Yeah, it's only happened like, what, once before?
Sir, formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand.
Not gonna lie, I'm insanely stunlocked right now. All the jokes, all the shipping for all the time we spent making fun of him. And Fulbright has been the mastermind the entire time. I am just as surprised as everyone else. I really hope, though, that the game manages to bring it together and be like, here's all the shit you could have looked at, and you missed. All the clues. I don't know, that might be a bit of a tall order for this game in particular. But that would be really cool if they actually managed to tie it all together in one coherent plot.
I'm much obliged.
The cuffs are coming off! How are you gonna undo them?
The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
Why would he have the key? why would Edgeworth have the key to his cuffs? Like, was he just that much of a danger to society that they had to entrust Edgeworth with the only key that actually unlocked the cuffs? I mean, hey, if Fulbright was going around with a taser, then I guess it kind of makes sense.
How long I have waited. Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. Are we gonna get to do all three at once?
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. Oh, right. No, but she just assisted you! Well, I guess it was a fake trial. That leaves you, Apollo.
But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Athena's standing right there, Phoenix.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo?
Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world.
He's been released from his chains, not just his physical chains, but his emotional chain ones too. God, imagine what he can do now that the shackles are undone. What power will Simon unleash in the courtroom? Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right, because I'm fine now.
Oh, I kind of like the coat though. You could have kept the coat. Oh, your hands are fine too, I guess. Good, okay. See, this just confirms that he kept all that shit on because he wanted to, not because he needed to. He thought he looked cool. I kind of wish he kept it on, though. That would have been kind of great. So he just leaves all that on the floor? Does one of the guards have to clean up after him later? Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, now, knowing he's Chief Prosecutor now, we need a Game 3, an Edgeworth 3. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. I patched this because he wasn't able to see clear. His motions were blinding him to the truth. Oh my fucking god, you're right. How did I not see that? I hope we get to see Edgeworth at least one more time in the next game. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. A courtroom bombing incident. And a case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destinies called upon us to bring the one responsible for it to all to justice today. He'll probably pop in later show as the info he's getting. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm sure we'll get to see him at least once more in this trial. There's DLC for Game 6? I didn't know that. I don't remember seeing that in the eShop back in the day. Now, to be fair, I didn't really keep tabs on that game because I never played the others at the time, so I was kind of wanting to play the first three before I cared about the rest of the series at that time. But I didn't know there was DLC for it. Let us now reconvene. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, it's the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. I didn't even mention it. Although back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. I'm surprised it took this long to have a Phoenix and Apollo team up. I don't really count case 1 of Apollo Justice because he wasn't a lawyer. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. Still got that ego of his, though. This man has an epilogue? Gray's a send-off to Nick. No! We're not gonna... I mean, there's no more games after. We don't have any more games, so I can't really feel too upset, but... Man, if Game 7 tries to do another Apollo Justice thing where they just, like, fucking tell the other characters to fuck off, man, I'll be upset. Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. With those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. How about you try being locked up in jail for murder for 7 years and then find out they were wrong to do so? And the man responsible standing right in front of you. Hahaha, Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
Yeah, it's time for justice, alright. He's standing right over here. And he's gonna feed you a nice big helping of it. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Surely he has some inkling as why he's here.
All right. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get you to your testimony.
Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. Oh, this I gotta see. The embodiment of justice. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. Imagine doing this case and playing the DLC Orca case after seeing the outcome. Oh yeah, that would give a whole different feel to that case for sure. Cause like, Bobby's all over that case, of course, since he's the detective. No, I'm really glad I played that earlier then. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lloyd's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. I'm hoping one of these times he actually pulls out a gun. Like, part of his breakdown and like us starting to get closer to truth, he goes to like grab his badge, but it's actually a gun. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up for a stupid pun for him.
Let's just try not to lose our focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, fool Bright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn.
Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Well, there you go. There you have it. They just confirmed it. We were right all along about everything. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. His suspicion against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. They got divorced. Nah, they didn't get divorced. They'll just you know, they're just saving it for visiting hours, that's all. The visiting is a very special time for Bobby Fulbright in jail. There don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. I cannot wait to see this breakdown. The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over? Alright. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reason behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood. How long until we prove that that lighter is falsified evidence? Yes, that's true, but... Oh wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter.
He's right. But what exactly should I ask about? The position of the prints. That's usually a good one. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. And they're around the same spot on either side as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? I like you're not even trying to pretend he isn't the Phantom. I mean... I think we all know at this point. This is the final cross-examination, final witness. Not final cross-examination. We're probably going to get a few testimonies here. But this is the final witness. It's all come down to this. The game stated he's the Phantom. This is where we're going. There's no way that it's not the case. It's like this in every game. You reveal, you think of over all the facts, you present the perpetrator of the final case. They are the perpetrator, and then it's just like you spend the next bit of time proving that. Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning that person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Alright, let's just keep going about the number of prints too. Unless this is going to swap the testimony, because the recent games seem to love doing that. So how many prints were found exactly? The 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. I guess that's how you'd hold a lighter. I don't know, I've never held a lighter before. They're kind of small, so you want to use your whole hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Can we please have it swapped into my testimony? You got it. Ah, fuck, it's that thing. He beat me to it. I think I don't know which we're gonna want more. I'll think it over. Being investigating or testifying, speed is the key. How about when it comes to Blackwell, Fulbright? Alright, let's see what we have here. Evidence found by Detective Fulbright has Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood. It doesn't say how many prints, so this one's probably not as useful. We're gonna swap this back for position, because I have an idea. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Why would you say that? Well, think about it for a sec. Oh yeah, she has gloves on, shit! How did I forget that she has a glove on her right hand? Because I keep thinking it's on the left hand because we're looking at her. You know, always wears that glove on her right hand, right? Yeah, and her thumb and index finger are covered. So there's no way she'd leave prints of those 3 fingers from her right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Man, I totally forgot about that too. Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you just heard our discussion just now about how Miss Sykes always wears a glove on her right hand. Well, I only have one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time of the incident? No, but we have a personality profile that would certainly help corroborate that. I guess we don't. If you want to prove that defendant innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that. Like I need a lecture from you, Smiles Magoo. I was originally gonna go with the prince position. That definitely is a good point, but it seems like we're just writing that off as conjecture at the moment. Alright, do this. We'll definitely swap it out for this. Why would that matter? Yeah, the whole glove thing is why it matters, because like her thumb and index finger are covered by her glove. I think it's only her last 2 fingers that are without cover. So if she was holding it with her first 3 fingers, then it doesn't make sense for there to be prints on some of those. Prints were placed just the way it would be if someone were holding it lit. So my theory with this one is if there's blood on the lighter, but she was holding it. I don't know where I'm going with this, actually. I was thinking like, okay, if she's holding it, then how can there be blood in these positions? But I guess that is fine. Yeah, maybe that doesn't... That's not really a good argument. So it's gonna be one of these. So like, are we going for... Maybe the glove thing was onto something. I know like Fulbright was saying that that's not good enough evidence, but... Oh, right here. Oh my god. Never mind. Swap it back out. Going back. He only says right hand in the other statement. Number prints. Yeah, I forgot. I realized now what you guys meant in chat. I forgot about that piece of evidence. No, I didn't mean to press it again. Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to press present, not press. No, leave it like this. Okay. Oh, and then we get to go through this part. Statement that was just added. Not sure if it's relevant or not. Well, at least he seems willing to answer our questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover an inconsistency. I think Fulbright's a tougher adversary than I thought. Alright, this is what I meant to do. Okay. Fingers of a right hand. Statement says... left hand, knife was in the right hand.
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints of the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. The definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Where is this mirror that they saw on the side of a 5-story building? Well, the room that they were looking into was pitch black. Please elaborate. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of Borderlands 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall? Oh, there was a mirror there. Okay, but... but... there's a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So you're saying... there's no way she saw a reflection in that room. Come on. Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection. Throwing it right back at him.
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in that left hand. And why not? And Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in the left hand, they wouldn't have covered the emblem. What if they just held the lighter backwards? Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. And so the culprit held in the left hand with the emblem out invisible. They wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. What if they opened it with their right hand and then put it in their left hand? Backwards. This all means the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. Come back, my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit.
See how it withers before my flower, Justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Yeah, you know what? Actually, if we want to throw it back to his mirror theory, if the emblem is only on one side of the lighter, then how did she see the emblem in the mirror? If the lighter was being held, quote-unquote, correctly. Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? They would have had to be holding the lighter backwards in order for it to show up in the mirror. In the right hand. Do you see an earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? His eyes are covered too. He was wearing sunglasses for this very moment. He knew what Apollo could do. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yeah, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on then.
How do you think he would react if he saw Maya, like, transform in court to channel a dead person? We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when you're held in the right hand. What are we looking for here? But how can you be lying about this? Phoenix himself checked. Just checking his hands quickly. Any sweat in the armpits? Did his eyebrows just curve? I swear I saw his eyebrow curve. I really feel like it's hands, but maybe they're clenching just a little bit harder than usual. Nah, it's gotta be the face. Well, we know that he doesn't express emotion the same way, or feel emotion the same way other people do, so I wonder if that has something to do with it. Face seems fine. Maybe I need to look further up. Is it his hair? I kind of wish these things would just autoplay until you figure it out. I gotta stop looking away. I feel like it's gotta be the face. I swear I saw his eyebrow twitch. No? Okay. Unless I missed it again. It's gonna be on this next statement here. No, I guess that was just the animation. That's not as... Maybe he only blinks when he lies. Nah, it's gotta be his hand. Alright, I'm focusing the hands this time. Oh, there it is!
Gotcha!
That one's subtle. Not as subtle as the armpit sweat, but that was up there. Say that Simon will be back. I'm hoping we get to see his reaction to Spirit Channeling. Oh shit! Yeah, I hope we get to see that too. He's calling bullshit on his chi. Wait till he sees like someone channel the dead. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase "the Earth Emblem," your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. He's gonna pull out his gun any time now. I can feel it. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me explain. Examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Oh, did he like tape over the other emblem or something?
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. Is it not Earth Emblem? I mean, it clearly is an Earth Emblem. I don't see how that could be a lie. That looks like the Earth to me. I still say this looks like a tennis ball, though. What I'm thinking is like, because he handed it over to Phoenix, and Phoenix took a look at it, and he was like, yeah, no, that's clearly only on one side. I'm thinking that he pasted over the other side with, like, I don't know, tape or something. He covered it somehow. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Let's check every inch of this thing. Oh, finally something interactive. Look at that tennis ball. Look at that freaking tennis ball there. Wow, look how high quality this thing is. Look at the quality of those print textures. Jeez. Even the other stuff we've examined in this game doesn't feel quite as high quality as this one lighter. How do I move the hand? Oh yeah, you have to like double click the hand. Kind of. God, I hope the controls are better in Great Ace Attorney. So this is the Earth Emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Whoa, careful of where you point that thing. What the fuck? Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is?
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth Emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. The lighter it transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on.
In fact, I'd say it's strictly the domain of elite spies. Follow? I think you've been watching one too many spy movies. But no, they do have stuff like that in real life, kind of. Maybe not mini guns that are lighters, but yeah, you get like stuff that looks like normal things that's actually got a secret function. They do exist. Tech Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touch your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. Proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? This is where you'd call Athena to the stand and be like, did you know that the lighter was actually a gun? And she, under oath, would say, no, Your Honor, I did not know that the lighter was a gun. And that would just be the end to that. And his entire argument would be thrown out. Although it pains me to do this now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Darren, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. That's a lot of accusations there. Now do you see? A man on the side of justice could possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. Evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Wow. Okay, you're one to talk. Mr. I've got fucking tail fins as hair. Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove this lighter's not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've got a hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Can it even work as a lighter? It did look like there was a little spot for some gas. It probably would have been a very inefficient lighter. Like, you wouldn't be able to keep it on for very long. Because if half the thing is taken over by a gun barrel, like, it would only allow for one bullet at a time. You have to manually load it into the chamber for sure. And the amount of, like, butane fuel in the lighter part of it's probably next to nothing. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yeah, I just happen to have compiled a print date of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. We assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along. There's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Well, I mean, the owner of the prints, for sure. Like, how did Athena get her hands on this thing? Where the prints are on it? It was being held by the thumb and two fingers.
We don't know if it's left or right hand at this point. You know, he said, she said. How the prints were left on it? Yeah, like how did they get there? I'm assuming that's what he means by that. No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on there. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or how they were patched in places, but... Oh, okay. We're thinking like literally how the prints were left on there, not just like how did they get here? Like why did Athena have this thing in the first place? That's why I thought we were going for. I mean, I guess the owner's like the most obvious one. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Can we get, like, Athena to take some new prints just to be sure? Detective Fulbright, you're the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well, then. Bailiff. Just, like, get Athena to take new prints right now in court. And then use that. It appears that the official data is here. They look pretty different. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. Fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. Wait, what? It was his lighter? Was Clay Terran the spy? Did... Maybe Fulbright was doing the favor. Maybe he was on the side of justice. He killed the spy. What if Clay set off the bomb? Those are Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his prints to confirm his identity after all. So he took the fingerprints and then just put Athena's name under them.
When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Oh, true. Yeah, you could have done that too. Just do a little dip in the blood pool. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Nah, yeah, Fulbright has to be the spy. This is just all part of his ploy, planting evidence like this. You know, it's crazy we didn't really get a whole lot of planted evidence stuff in Apollo Justice, considering that was like how the entire game started. And it's only taken until this game to start using that. That's good. I like the idea that maybe all our evidence might not be true, and we may have to figure out which of it is like the good evidence and which is falsified. It's a mechanic that hasn't really been explored, and I feel like it should be. This probably must have been to distract us from the Phantom who's behind everything. You're out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does that mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. Yeah, you need a lot of guts to make a jump like that. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Well, maybe not the only one who could have, but definitely the only one with the guts to do it.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. So help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand.
Dude, calm down. You just got out of jail for murder. Do you want to go back in there? You really want to go back in there? Ugh. Oh wait, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
Come on. That's not gonna work.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. That's the same thing! An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. Even the judge knows.
Person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
No, he totally is an under-the-cover investigator. Come on, we all know this. He's doing it every night with Blackquill. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
I don't know if I believe this. You're telling us this now? What if what you say is true then? Who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lower for him. So, then why did you blame Athena? Was this just because the Phantom told you to do it?
Objection!
That seems a little insensitive there, my guy. I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. So you're saying all of your actions, despite how Phantom-like they are, were because the real Phantom told you to do them. That doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. And someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. No! Even that was all part of the Phantom's ploy. I can't believe it. The relationship was a lie. I refuse. You telling me they had nothing? You ordered me to get back that psych profile you had on him.
So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he?
Look, when you say it like that, Blackquill, I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. It's top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. Is this Red White of Blue Corp? Did he get out of jail already? How long was he supposed to be in jail for? Maybe it was him. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. Or no, didn't we have, who was the other info broker in Edgeworth 1? Maybe it's that guy. I forget who that was. Or maybe there's a reason it could be him. It could be Red White of Blue Corp, though. People believed I was the Phantom. I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. What if we can't find a flaw in his logic?
He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now.
There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Oh, his whole demeanor just changed. An intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
Wow. Master Manipulator Blackwell just got master manipulated.
What?
How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But...
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Can't believe you just called their relationship a nuisance. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
She wants to believe in his boyfriend so bad, I know. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a very beautiful thing. I guess love really can bloom in the courtroom. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up and Miss Sykes will go free as well. He just walks out of here? Okay.
Mr. Wright, can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away.
I know. But... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Laughing all the way out because he just got away with murder. The defense... No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Is there enough room up here for 3 people? Athena, what are you doing? Don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. I love how pissed off Apollo looks about this. Like, he was so happy that he finally got to be in court with his, like, hero and mentor Phoenix, right? And they're finally going to have a whole case together. And then she just has to butt in the middle. Get in the way between him and Phoenix. suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. Well, I think that's proof that he is the Phantom then. I wonder, like, how crowded it is up here. I wonder if, like, the way that they're set up and the reason they do this sort of view is because of the 3DS's stereoscopy. What does that mean? You may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. Wait, where's Apollo standing? Because, like, it already looks like from this angle, like the classic angle, that Phoenix is, like, halfway down the bench. And then, like, Athena's over here. So, where did Apollo end up? Is he just, like, not at the bench anymore and he had to just go sit down? That's it. With your special ability, you might just be able to stop him. Your Honor, Detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
No, you do.
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me.
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you'd catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. This is why he doesn't call her a power a cheat, but calls Apollo's a cheat. It's like this whole game was just, let's just shit on Apollo. We'll just make him the butt of every joke. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. Every one of these needs an emotion. Which one are we picking? They took my family hostage. What else could I do? Okay. That one alone, I think, deserves a pinpoint. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no motion at all? It's just like I thought. I'm right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Look at his face. Come on, isn't that the face of innocence right there? How can you possibly blame this man? Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Whoa! Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Yeah. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. Yeah, of course, right. More like a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me on this very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? But he's literally crying us over a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yeah.
Nice. Now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile, the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotion from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
It's all that spy training. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It is the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies. Seriously.
Could be brother-sister thing, they're a perfect fit. That would be... What a twist that would be if somehow they were related. I guess they could be like cousins or something, but at this point, being like, oh yeah, Sykes isn't my real last name, I'm actually a Blackwell. That'd be stupid. I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. The feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who've been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of my deep emotions I truly possess. And you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Man, he's so adamant on being this undercover agent. Fear of getting caught? Oh, maybe. Me, the Phantom? No way. I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. I think I see what we're going for here. I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. We were looking for the one that's the smallest. What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defense against your ability. So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head.
Well, we know he's hiding something and that he feels threatened by Athena.
Being only human is true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal. Must be hidden somewhere in his testimony.
Yes, we want the one that's like the smallest. Because his fake emotions are probably drowning it out. But how do we tell which one's the smallest here? Because they all like, they all at some point flash at the lowest level. Sad is constant? I don't know, they're all kind of constant, really. Like, off, small, large, off, small. Oh, okay, no, that one's off, large. This one gets large too. Was there like a specific statement that it looked like it was constant? Oh, here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right. There it is. I missed that one. Found it. Found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh.
A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
That was a response to that moon rock. Oh, don't tell me the moon rock has like an alien in it. Is this how? Is this the start of the symbiote saga? No Spider-Man this time, though. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you failed to steal it. You lost it. No, I think the moon rock will reveal his identity, right? That he's actually a space alien. Clearly, he's not human. That's why he doesn't have human emotions, because he's not human. You failed to steal it? I think this is it, right? You tried to, but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. Yeah, because of that whole space race stuff and how important the moon rock was. He was supposed to steal it for his country. Or wherever he's from.
But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory.
I'd hardly think a person who feels so little fear would feel fear over a thing like that. I don't know, it was a pretty important rock. That actually made a lot of sense. I thought that was right. That actually would have made sense. I don't know, identity just seemed too easy. Like, I guess he probably would have a secret identity as a spy, but of course, that's it. Leave it to me to overthink of this game, or any Phoenix Wright for that matter.
Enough fool, Wright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know, he was pretty careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. Yeah, so there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. Oh, so that was a real fear then. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. I thought that was just part of his bluff, personally. Take the Fulbright. I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. So it was about the rock! I wasn't wrong.
If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Whoa, where are you going? How is he even doing that? There's no roof up there. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Then why did you just do that? It's just Verity trying to use that weird watch thing to try and get away. How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? I'm telling you, the man's a space alien. In justice, we trust. Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Woo. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say examining a person's heart has its merits. No, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. I wonder if his hairstyle is going to change. Like he's going to whip off his coat or something, or it's going to turn black somehow. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom, has freed the hearts of many witnesses, and has been key in getting to the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But, Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and you jumped up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock, and that is the court's opinion on this matter.
It's not the moon rock is afraid of, it's what else is in the canaries forever. Yeah, it's probably the knife. It's gotta be the knife from the original case.
And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you'll tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Damn, he parried that like a pro.
Hmm.
The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world altogether. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape.
Hey F, how's it going?
You literally did the 9 souls parry.
We need this man in a fighting game, I'm telling you, like...
If we get another Marvel vs. Capcom game, I really hope we get another Phoenix Wright character. There's so many good options now. As a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. And it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Trust? Understanding? Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
If he breaks up with Fulbright, do you think he'll be down to grab a coffee later? What?
Objection!
Do you mean Fulbright or Blackwell? Answer carefully. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but... I want the tall, dark, and edgy one? Do you know how little that narrows it down? Trust like that is stronger than you and your lies. Always.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in the court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Hate to admit it, but he's right. Okay, Blackwell is the correct answer here. I was gonna question your judgment if you decide to pick Fulbright after all of this. Your family? Like, who in your family, specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example? Aw, shit. Blackwell, get down! For example, maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. Maybe, my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Ugh, he's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the Rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings? How can someone like me with my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown big. Yeah, it's gotta be the contents of that bag. Or the capsule. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. Fingerprints can be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA? We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True, but maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I need the stream highlights of this series so all the black bright moments are compiled in one place. I wish I've been keeping track of them all. Unfortunately, I've not. But if you want to go through and grub them all out, or give me timestamps or something, then I'll do something with it. It has certainly been the enjoyable part, imagining this this shipping. Even I've been getting into it. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. And how afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Haha, of course not. Let's beef up my mind-reading defenses. Dude, everyone you know is a mind reader. Like, you're gonna have to try real hard there, Phoenix. Now do you understand? The very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that. After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law. He won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right. So that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity. Do we show the earring then? I mean, it's made of moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Which one do we present it on? Afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Like, I'm thinking we present this, because I always thought it was kind of strange that this was evidence. But I'm just not sure which one of these we presented on. You don't think it's number 2? I think it might be number 3, because isn't this one, if we press this one again, this is the one where they bring up her earring? Oh, wait, press this again, we get something. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? No, yeah, here we go. Something I expect to happen to do during the incident 7 years ago. Yeah, it's gotta be... That's why he's afraid of the moon rock. It's gotta be number 3. I'm gonna try it. That bot message got insta-parody? Yeah, I know, right? I've never seen Automod automatically do it. I think I did put in like some of, like, I've copy pasted a few messages that some of the bots have left, which, I mean, you know, usually was in vain because I never expected it to actually do anything, but I guess this was the first time a bot's actually repeated a previous tactic. So it actually did it first once. I'm assuming it was a bot.
Objection!
No, okay, that's not it. I still say it's the earring. Because the earring is literally a moon rock, so it's gotta be the most direct piece of evidence we have, but I'm just not sure which one we're presenting on, though. Maybe... What was number 4? I don't think it's one of the first 2. The very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I am afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. Here?
Objection!
No. Okay, I don't know if this is right anymore. Because, like, it's not... I can't think of any good place to present this, so I don't think this is correct. You think it's the capsule on 3? Okay, we'll try capsule on 3. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. Only returned to Earth a few days ago.
Objection!
No, you had a. I think I see where you're going with that theory though, and I was, because like the whole thing of like there might be something in there that's related to him. That would have definitely been the combination for sure, if that was correct. It's gonna strike against record if I'm wrong. Yeah, like I think. It's going to be one of 2 things. Like, I'm thinking it's the earring because the earring is literally a piece of moon rock. But the capsule theory as well, like it having something inside related to him, is also really good because I think that's definitely another thing. That's probably why he's actually afraid of the rock. He's afraid of the contents of the capsule more than anything. That's okay. And the Phantom gets away to live another day. Maybe next time. After that, the Phantom vanished completely. The case has remained unsolved and we were never able to uncover the truth. As the days passed, the dark age of the law only grew darker and darker. Well, we got a special ending at least, so maybe that was a good thing. Oh, I want to reload a save. Fuck. Oh no, it just puts me right here, it's fine. That's where we were. Okay. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. This is definitely the statement, because he's proposing a question. It could be this one as a backup. But I think it's number 3 for sure. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? Murder used on weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. But we can't prove that's inside the capsule, right? Anything in here? No, this is just maps. Huh. I mean, he has the capsule. They brought it back in. It's only launched in space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. We haven't used the bomb plushie yet. It's found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Yeah. I don't... Isn't this the moon rock? That's part of the moon rock. 7K. Wait. That we're not. I feel like that's later. I don't think that's yet. Like that's clearly the moon rock, but I don't think that's where we are yet. That was 100% part of the moon rock, because that's the same rock that was on display in the I don't remember where it was on display. Somewhere in the Space Center, but we saw it there. But yeah, that's part of the moon rock. That's definitely jumping the gun, though. I don't think that's part of this statement here. The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. But no, I think the Phantom would be afraid of the moon rock because of reasons. Would he be afraid of the moon rock because of the earring? And how it reminds him of his encounter with Athena? No. We may need to press one of these again. There was definitely... This one was misleading because when you press it, it talked about Athena's earring, so I thought that's why that was going to be the case there. Detective Fulbright rather the Phantom feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. So how would his true identity be revealed as the Phantom because of the moon rock? Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. Okay, so we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear. Just might be able to expose his true identity. Okay, so we're supposed to expose his fear. Does that mean we're going in for 3? It's got to be 3 then, because we're exposing his fear. We're going to prove to him that the Phantom would be afraid of the moon rock. Or are we exposing his fear and therefore proving that he is the Phantom? I'm not sure. What is 6? 6 is just him being Fulbright. I don't think 6 is relevant at all. You don't think it's not 5. There is no 6. Yeah, I miscounted. Sorry. 5 is irrelevant. There is no 6. I'm thinking it's 4 or 3. Still think it's the capsule. Did we try the capsule in this one?
Objection!
I don't know if we did, but I've tried it now. What am I missing? In fact, I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. Okay, let me press this one again. And how are you afraid exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? This is the one that talked about the earring. Since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. So is that because... Okay, did I try the earring on this statement? I think I did, didn't I? Okay, I'm gonna... I don't remember if I tried the earring on this one. But that one could be it, because if he's afraid of her... If he's afraid of the earring, and therefore afraid of Athena, then... That's probably because he was present there 7 years ago, and that proves that he was the murderer on that day, right?
Objection!
Okay, no, it's not the earring, at least not on this one. Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom.
Hold it!
I mean, could it be number one? Supposed to test for a silly thing like feelings, but those tactics won't work on me from here on out. You need real evidence. As if the players are thinking the knife is in the capsule, but the game hasn't mentioned it yet. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, I'm not really thinking it's the capsule yet, because, well, a good theory, we haven't really got into that part yet. We're talking strictly the moon rock, which tells me it's probably this, because this is cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. This has moon rocks in it, though. Well, yeah, this had a moon rock in it, right? So we could use this based on that, but this one's literally in the description here. So I think this is the correct piece of evidence. I'm just not sure which of these statements. But we tried both 3 and 4, and neither of those were correct. Why would it remind him of the Phantom? Well, my thinking is like, assuming he's the Phantom killed Athena's mom. Athena slashed him. She was wearing the moon rock as a necklace at the time, not an earring. She was wearing it as a necklace. So he remembers the earring from back then, maybe. I guess it's a little flimsy, but it is the capsule. Yeah, I guess it is. It's going to be one of those for sure. It's probably the capsule. Okay. Whoops. What did I do that for? Okay, hopefully I didn't mess with stream. I don't think it did. I need to like stop moving OBS so close to the window I'm playing in. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? That's a good question. Where is the first one? Okay, no, that's a statement. This is a question, so it's got to be this. What reason would he have, though? But I tried the capsule on 3 and 4, so either those aren't the statements or it's not the capsule. Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the fan. I don't see how this could be it. At the crime scene 7 years ago, it was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Well, wait, okay. It only returned a couple days ago, so...
Objection!
No, okay. I was like, oh, how can you be afraid of it? It's been gone for 7 years. No. I've tried all 3 relevant statements with the capsule. Like, this is nothing. This is not the statement, and the final one's not the same. So it's going to be either 1, 3, or 4. But we tried the capsule on all 3. I didn't try the earring on this one.
Objection!
Okay, it was worth a try. Just take it out of the picture. If I load, where is it going to load me? Oh, it just saved, didn't it? Fuck. Cross-examine Apollo. No, we don't want that save. Fine. I was hoping to just, like, skip past all this. Because we know it's over. It's just manual save so we can reload quickly. I'm trying to think what we're missing. Okay, so... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. No. Retry. Okay. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. That seems too much of a statement. I'd be very surprised if this was the correct one. It's not really a question. This is nothing. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So are we gonna prove... Do we prove that the Phantom would be afraid of it? Or... Like, okay, we're kind of... I think either way, we're proving that the Phantom would be afraid of the moon rock. So are we proving that he is or why he would be? Knife on 3? Isn't that kind of jumping the gun, though? Oh, because it's what stabbed the Phantom. But what does this have to do with the moon rock, right? Like you said earlier, we need to focus on the moon rock. What would this have to do with the moon rock? This is just a knife. Like, in a vacuum, this is just a knife. It isn't related to... The knife is in the capsule. Well, but we don't know that yet. We don't know that's in the capsule. Like, that's what Jack was talking about. But, like, even if that is true, the game has not hinted at that being true yet. The game doesn't says we shouldn't know yet. So, like, yeah, okay, maybe that statement could be true, but what does that have to do with this? We shouldn't know that at this point, even if it is. The knife at least has his blood. I mean, yeah. Murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's head during the incident 7 years ago. How? Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right. And the exact same type of knife. Okay, yes. This reasoning makes sense, but this has nothing to do with a moon rock. The statement that we're heading to here about how the knife is... The Phantom would be afraid of the knife because the knife is what stabbed him? Yes, 100%, for sure. But at this moment, in this specific moment, how does the knife relate to the moon rock? We don't know that yet. Even if we can guess how it relates, the game, at its point, we don't know this yet. The game is jumping the gun here now. You know, forget us always jumping the gun every one of these cases and presenting things way ahead of their time. I feel like the game is jumping the gun for once. Miss Sykes used this 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Okay, you know how I think this could relate to the moon rock in a roundabout way that's not really jumping the gun? What I said earlier about her earring. The knife, she was wearing the earring as a necklace at the time that she used the knife to stab his hand. And therefore he's afraid of the moon rock because the person who stabbed his hand 7 years ago was wearing part of the moon rock. Very roundabout, I know. There would have been a better piece of evidence, but that's how I'm thinking this is going. Miss Sykes then say that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. Okay, that also makes sense. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's definitely a little jumping the gun there. He's afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we run the analysis now, we know who the Phantom is? Yeah, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. Alright, well, before Phoenix does that, I'm going to take a small break, use the washroom because we've been going for a while. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes, and then Phoenix can explain in full detail here. Oh no, the mic! The mic! Fuck! I pressed the button. I fucking hate the mute button on my mic sometimes. It like, I press it, it makes the beep, but I can't really see like the light band around it. So it doesn't, I just trust that the beep is unmuting it. In mic, we do not trust. Not in these parts. We need the history. Alright, how far back did we need to go with this? Oh yeah, here. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court really needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Go on, Wright, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab, but in his video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Oh, good. Apollo got his position back as second in command. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You could even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rocks is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How can I forget about that? Sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Who did the searching? Take a guess. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show us what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops. Sorry. I mean, what? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. You know, we don't even need to prove him with evidence. He's like proving himself to be the Phantom because of the way he's acting. Just stick in the capsule, right? I mean, the moon rock went to the moon. I thought that was like the whole point of it. That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Wait, I thought it was supposed to go back into space. Am I wrong? Did I just, like, accidentally solve that? I thought... Was I wrong about that? Was the capsule supposed to go up empty? Huh. Oh, okay. That was for the past 7 years. The moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. Oh, wait, this moon rock is different than the rock that came back from the capsule, right? This was just a rock that was sitting around. This wasn't the rock that... For some reason, I thought they sent a rock into space on the thing. I thought that was, like, the point. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. Man, if only they knew this 7 years ago when they were making the movie. That would have made for a very interesting movie. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve that evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge, and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Well, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. And how did he put the blood onto the rock to frame you? He had this plan for 7 years? I'm not sure what to think. I suppose the Phantom is a spy worth his salt. The trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Investigate what? Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell. He has a gun! Hey, you guys aren't really... Oh, good, he's back.
It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body was found a year ago. Has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. What? Then does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. Is that why he loves showing off his ID so much? Because it's a fake? Or he stole it from the real Bobby Fulbright? Then this man... Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Oh! He's gonna like strip him open like a Looney Tunes gag. His face! Is he a robot? Is he a robot? Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. What? Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
No, this is a trap. Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yes, just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. This is just Looney Tunes now. Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. Oh, round 3? It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. Voice. Those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means. Ask. I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Huh? Was he actually these people the entire time? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now, do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look into a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Wait, even the game's calling him means now. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
Yeah, but
we don't know who he is. So how do we, what's the blood gonna prove?
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule?
I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your...
Fudge! There's a courtroom bombing from the other day. Capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. Looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense effort. But what a shame your Hope capsule was lost in that courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. Wait, does that mean he's also... whatchamacallit? The bomb guy? I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least, a prayer. Everyone search the room. We're gonna find that capsule.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono?
I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yeah, but is that part gonna have the blood on it? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. A strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up in the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, and specifically right here. Well, it's a good thing I found this earlier by chance. We'd be here a while. Please take a look at this newspaper article.
This article about the Hat won?
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my, yes, I see it.
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. That's some mighty fine confidence you got there, Phoenix. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Oh, I guess we can just do a DNA test on this guy too. We can just take one of his hairs. Not from, like, his face, though. Anywhere else, preferably.
But that's impossible. Surprised to be sure. It's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool, Bright.
So glad I asked you to look at the bomb photo. Yeah, I was like thinking, I don't know, the bomb would be pretty cool to present now, but I think that's jumping the gun. It wasn't jumping the gun that much. It was only like one piece of evidence away. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. The prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. Come on, let's see your real face. It probably doesn't even really matter at this point because it's not going to be someone we know. It's going to be like that scene from Justice League where like Flash was and Lex Luthor swapped bodies. And he pulls off Flash's mask while Lex was in his body and he's like, I don't know who the fuck this is. I think it's going to be some big reveal. Like even when you think you're so smart, it's like, oh, I'll reveal their secret identity. No, it doesn't matter. You don't know who this person is, so what's their identity to you? They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it. You are the Phantom. Huh? Miss Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? How many masks does he have on? Hey, that's identity theft. You can't do that. There's a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, do you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
I like this Wright better. Evil Wright is like smart and logical. Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found in one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way on a piece of rubble. Evil Wright is like right in that one trial of Apollo where he got disbarred. Yeah, it was like the super confident one. And it was like, I'm right about everything. I never mess up a case. Except this one doesn't have any false... Well, actually, no, this one does have false evidence, so never mind. He really is him. What if he was the Wright in court that day? And just, like, Phoenix was just out cold in the courtroom, in the lobby or something again. Like, he got clunked over the head with another fire extinguisher. And then he just woke up and found out he was disbarred and couldn't figure out why. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. Haha. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. And there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, then there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Alright, you heard the man. Boot up the DeLorean. We're going back. There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
Now we present the earring. So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. A final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. But just about the only things left my mother left with me are widgets and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you, because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh. You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item that Athena's cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No, it can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragment is in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have any identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside of you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for some as unwilling as to trust others as you to understand. People have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. That's exactly why people need to trust one another, so they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? Such as the fear of revealing your true identity? Fear inside me? Is this... No. Ugh. Okay, that's not a face I've expected Wright to make. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. Can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Face reveal. Face reveal. My own true face? No. Please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. He's still trying to play the whole I'm being framed and held hostage card. Was it him the whole time? No, that's not his real face. That's just another fake face. They're all him. Was he in charge of all the crimes? Okay, that's kind of sick if he was. If he was responsible for everything. Or are these just all disguises? I don't even know anymore. Maybe he was half these characters somehow. Did we ever see Fulbright in the same room with any of these guys? No, I don't think we did. Ooh. Oh. Yes, we did. Aw, damn. See, that would have been great. That would have been how you tie every single case together. But I guess the game failed to do that. Unfortunate. I got real excited for a second that maybe the game had a coherent plot after all. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. Wait, where's the light coming from? The moon wasn't that bright. Also, wasn't it like the morning? What time was it when we started this trial? Did it say? But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any of his vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us. That shows to show he was sniped, but then why make it night? You don't need to make it night to show that he was sniped. It was pretty obvious he got sniped from, like, you know, the fact he got sniped.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to a proper place? Yes, Your Honor. That was a really good breakdown, though. I just wish that, you know, there was a little more coherency between the ass cases in this one. And now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes. The court is adjourned. 9:12 p.m. Alright, moon is out. I'll take it. Why was it so bright behind the judge the whole time then? Okay, so yeah, it's late. That's fine. The moon makes sense. What doesn't make sense was every other shot then, when they showed the ceiling and how bright it was. Like, were they living in some sort of like Shin Megami Tensei apocalyptic future under a dome or something? Like, the fuck was going on outside there? Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. I kind of forgot Pearl was here at all. I forgot she was present. Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Juicy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Can we get like at least one case with either Apollo and or Phoenix and Trucy teaming up again? Because I kind of like that dynamic in the last game. Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth, we never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who've been tracking the Phantom all this time. And plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to the successful conclusion. And besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, didn't you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. And besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It wouldn't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Now we need to check out the costumes. Yeah, I was like tempted to use some of the costumes for some of these, but I feel like it's just been too weird. But we can look at them. I looked at them briefly off screen, but I don't know if we can like... I think we'd have to like jump back into a case somewhere to actually see them, unfortunately. In their like full glory. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused.
Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear for the Wright Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me. So you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help.
Now you're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. Still have a long way to go. Oh, is there more Apollo Trucy next game? Fuck yeah. I was kind of disappointed she was like kept to the sideline, because it would have been nice to see more, especially now that Phoenix is back in the fray. Get ready, you two. You won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair. I want to say it too.
Okay, here we go. Oh, you can actually press it on this one?
Objection!
Well, I'm a little upset that they didn't manage to bring all of the all the cases in the game together into one thing. I kind of wish they went with it like I was everyone the whole time. Or if there was at least hints saying that he was like, you know, working behind the scenes trying to like protect his identity. If there was like something connecting all the cases together. But no, I guess the one up in the mountains, case 2, really was just completely disconnected from everything else in the game. I don't know, maybe I got spoiled with games 3 and 4. Maybe I was asking for too much. Well, games 3, 4, Edgeworth 1 and 2. Yeah, no, you know what? I don't think I was asking for too much. Good case though. The cases on their own were fine. I'm just upset that the coherency between them all was not really there. I guess case 2 was just establishing Athena's character, yeah, but like even the ones that established character, like in game 3 and 4, like they were there to help establish character, yes, but they also had some ulterior motive that went through. There was a through line between all the cases still. Games 3 and 4, I don't think had a single piece of filler. Yeah, okay, 2 was there to establish character, so was 3, I guess. But like 2 cases to establish character and nothing to like help with the plot. Like that's I don't know. There wasn't really like any overarching plot in this game, and I'm a little disappointed about that. It's not a mark against the game necessarily, but I really like that aspect in 3 and 4 a lot, and the Edgeworth games as well. So, I mean, we're gonna get that back with Great Ace Attorney, regardless. I've heard that those 2 games are like meant to be played back to back, and it's meant to be like one long game, so I've heard. So I'm really excited for that. He's gonna die. I'm so happy about it. No, yeah, that's not the Pain we all know and love from the trilogy. That was like, what, his brother or something, I think? I can't remember what his relation was, but that was like actually a big twist of the first case, was that it wasn't actually Pain. And it was like someone else that was like part of his family or something. Yeah, younger family member. I think it was like a cousin or brother. It might have actually been brother. But it was like one of the younger Pains. I'm assuming it was like a twin brother, because like he looked and acted just like him. God, that school case was great.
I fucking loved Professor Means. That was really good. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, all these cases were great. I really do hope we get some more interactivity back in, though. I was missing the interactivity of the investigations. They felt a little boring as a result, because it was just coming from point to point. It almost felt like going to locations on your own just felt like a formality. Like, they could have just brought me there automatically and it would have made a difference. I miss that aspect. I like that we got to see both Clavier and Edgeworth in this game, though. That's pretty sick. Still would have liked to see a Case versus Clavier, though. I guess we kinda got that in the mock trial at the school, but I don't really think that counts. You know, I know that, like, big part of these games is the story of the prosecutors, but I would be super down for a game where maybe we got, like, a whole bunch of different prosecutors, like one for each case, and the story wasn't really about the prosecutor itself, but just something else. But I don't know, like, I'm kind of torn about that, because I like it when it's just, we get character development of the one singular prosecutor, but it'd be cool to, like, have a game where it was a bunch of different ones. But maybe that'd be a little... I don't know, considering how infrequently we get these games these days, it's probably for the best that we don't do that. This game seems so much easier. Oh, it definitely was. Like, I know I've made a lot of stupid, dumb mistakes, and I know I've had my complaints about the DS games and, like, some of the logic that they jump to, and I still say that some of that logic is a bit questionable at times, but I would definitely rather have that than this. This was way too easy. Like, this is the other end of the spectrum. It's way too far on the other end. So hopefully game 6 and maybe the Great Ace Attorney games will have something a little more balanced between the two, because I think you can definitely make some really good puzzles and stuff, like, without having to resort to, like, whatever bullshit they were in the first few games at times, because, man, some of those puzzles made no sense. At least to me. But this game was like, they just hammered you over the head with all of, like, the correct answer, basically. They didn't give you any time to think. Like, I think the puzzles would have been fine if they just stopped talking for a second when you were about to present evidence. And it would have made everything better. Trials in the next game are great and the puns are peak. This one's probably easier than 4, but 6 is definitely fair. Okay, so my guess then, new team, figuring out the series and figuring out the way to make the games. This was their growing pains and learning, and then the next game was them actually figuring it out. That's fair. That makes perfect sense. I wonder if it's this team that made this game is still, like, the Phoenix Wright team to this day. Like, if they made the Great Ace Attorney games and all that. I'm guessing they probably made a lot of those games. Because what was his name? Shu Takumi, I think his name was, who wrote the original 4 games. He had no involvement at this point in the series. I think he was, like, done. I don't even know what he's made recently, if anything. Does he even work for Capcom anymore? Hey, Cheese Muffins, how's it going? Yeah, unfortunately, you just missed the final case. We just finished Duel Destinies. I think in terms of, like, okay, if I'm gonna rank the games I've played so far, is it, like, unfair to put Edgeworth 1 and 2 near the top because I really like the investigations in that game? Even though it's kind of the whole game was just the investigation portion. But, man, I love the gameplay in that. I don't know, I really like 4's interactivity too, though. I liked all the little mini-game stuff to like, reveal evidence. I missed that. My ideal Phoenix Wright game would probably be something like puzzle difficulty, you know, make it like the DS games. Have the movement and exploration of the Edgeworth games, but then also have, like, the intimate investigation stuff of, like, Apollo Justice. You know, making footprints and finding fingerprints and spraying for blood stains and all that. If you could just have, like, all of that, that'd be great. That would be perfect. Yeah, the DS games I think are still some of my best. I think 3 is still easily my favorite of the main Phoenix Wright games. You know, what's funny is, like, the crossover game, the Professor Layton game, had some really good stuff. I don't think that was that bad for the courtroom puzzles. And I mean, yeah, you had the investigations too. Like, yeah, you didn't have the interactivity, but the interactivity was the Professor Layton portion of the game, so that was fine. But I think the actual court trials in that game were pretty good. I would almost argue, at least like puzzle-wise, I think they were better than this one for sure. The plot wasn't really a Phoenix Wright plot, it was more of a Professor Layton plot, but the Phoenix Wright stuff definitely worked really well. Would I recommend playing this? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there hasn't been a bad Phoenix Wright game yet. This one was just, after coming off of the DS games, was a little disappointing. You've never seen Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright? Well, I have news for you. I do have a full playthrough of it. It was actually the game we played, no, I guess it was a little while ago by now. No, we played it, did we play it after Edgeworth 2 or before Edgeworth 1? I played it before Edgeworth 1. Right, we went off, we did 3, and then I streamed the Professor Layton crossover, and then we did the Edgeworth games, because the Edgeworth games weren't quite out yet. No, I like the crossover. Me streaming it was actually my second playthrough. I played it back when it came out. It was, for the longest time, the only Phoenix Wright game I ever played. Until the trilogy came to DS. Yeah, I think you did join during Edgeworth. No, it was just before that then. It was the fourth game I played, actually, was the crossover. So, and yeah, it was the only one. That, Phoenix Wright 1, I remembered pretty well. 2 I remembered okay. 3 I only played a couple of cases on, so half that game was blind. But the Professor Layton game was like 100%. I remember everything about that as I was playing through it. Oh, this is the Hat 3.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
He was going up in space with him. That wasn't Edgeworth, was it? Kind of looked like it.
9, 8, 7.
It was Edgeworth, wasn't it? Why is Edgeworth going to space?
3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Wait, why is the rocket launching at an angle? They don't launch rockets like that. That's how you crash a rocket. At least that's what Kerbal's space program taught me. Oh, okay. The guy on to the right of Starbuck looked like Edgeworth. It's weird that we got someone put behind bars and it wasn't even for murder. I mean, hell, we didn't have anything to do with her going behind bars. It was just because she was, like, holding hostages.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
The moon really isn't that close, though. It's actually further than you think, believe it or not. It really is further than you think. Like, you could fit every single planet in the solar system between Earth and the moon.
I wouldn't have made it.
And there would still be space left over.
For you.
That's how far away the moon is. So don't lie to the poor man. He's barely holding himself together in space as it is. Someone's actually looking for Athena to be defense. Oh, I looked away. I was looking at chat during that one. I don't usually read out that stuff because like it goes by so fast. So I gave up on that notion a long time ago. But I did miss that one. I usually try and like at least watch it, but I must have looked over at chat that one moment. Alright, well we got one more game to prove that this is the Apollo Justice trilogy, and not the Phoenix Wright and Friends trilogy, or the Here's Athena game, and maybe one Apollo game. We got new artwork. But that is... No, we're good. I'm not continuing right now. But thank you for the offer, though. I don't recall it doing that for Game 4. Maybe it did. I don't remember. But we do have one more game in the series, in the main series, Spirit of Justice. This one I know even less about. I remember, like, at least with the previous game, I saw the DLC. I didn't even know this game had DLC, first off. So I know, like, nothing about this. I played the demo of Game 5, but no, by the time this was coming out, I was like, I haven't played any of these. I don't care about this because I haven't played any of the other ones yet, as much as I'd like to. So I didn't watch anything about it. That background looked like a Marvel, and yeah, it did kind of. Can we go and look at that? How do we get to a museum? Here we go. Can we look at some of that stuff? I never actually looked at this for like the other trilogies, I think. Art library, because I think I was worried about spoilers. Like, I looked at the one time I did look at was with the Edgeworth games, and the Edgeworth games actually like show you the entire track list, even of stuff you haven't played yet. Like there's spoilers in here is the problem. That's why I don't look at these things. So that's why I usually stay away from all of this stuff, because it's like it's going to spoil things. Like I guarantee there's going to be something in here about Are we going to get anything here? Okay, we get all the ending screens. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay, maybe they're not going to spoil the actual perpetrators. That's probably for the best, thankfully. But like even just looking at this screen is like not a good idea, probably. You see that man in Spirit of Justice clips with the flowing scarf? That's your main man. Oh, I missed him. I saw like the dancing girl and that's about it. Is this my achievements? Wait, how have I barely gotten any of the achievements? Steam made it look like I had way more. So I'm assuming that the one about Charlie is still... We're not locked out of that, right? What's this mean? Oh, progress 5 of 8, okay. I'm hoping that those last 3 are in Spirit of Justice and I haven't actually missed one. Not that it would really matter, but it'd be unfortunate. I think I did miss the, because like in the first trilogy, I think I did miss the ladder achievement, unfortunately. Oh, this one's apparently in all 3. We're looking at true nature layers and staff. Is there like a lot of ladders in Spirit of Justice? Because like, there was one ladder in Apollo Justice. We barely had any investigation opportunities in 5. So maybe the rest are going to be in the next one, I would imagine. Although I didn't get the one for... There was one that I was like... Because I was told to use... Yeah, this one. I haven't heard all about... Oh, there's 4 parts to this. So maybe we did miss it. I don't know, maybe not. Spirit of Justice and Duel Destinies. I don't know, maybe the other 3 are there. It's weird that like it's so... It seems like a lot of this stuff is Spirit of Justice related. So I guess we'll probably be able to see more conversations in that game. This is accurate? Oh, you think I haven't missed anything yet? Okay, that's kind of cool then. Apparently I didn't do this. Yeah, there was like a couple I missed in the original trilogy as well. And, well, I don't know about Edgeworth because I wasn't really paying attention to those. I played it on Switch, so I could just check Steam achievements for that one. Have I played any of the Professor Layton games on stream? Only the crossover. But it is in consideration to play the others. They are very long games, though. Like, how long have we been playing this trilogy for? 88.5 hours, according to Steam, for this entire, like, both of the games put together that we played in this trilogy so far. I would say a single Professor Layton game is almost that long. Maybe, like, you could fit 2 games in that time span. Maybe. But there is a number of Professor Layton games I have not played yet. I never got around to playing... I played the original trilogy. I played most of the Miracle Mask. Whatever the last DS game was. I played most of that. Everything past that, I haven't even touched, because I never did finish that one. The guy I saw said Man of Many Hats would be 25% on the prompt we did. Okay, alright. So, then in that case, I guess we are accurate. I haven't missed anything yet somehow. Cool. What's this one? Oh, this is for later. Okay. A Spirit of Justice. Anything I missed already? Playing the game in any one of the... Oh, yeah, well, we never did that. Oh, yeah, we can go look at the costumes. Let's see what the costumes were. I mean, there's no point using them now, but... Like, imagine if we did the final trial in this thing. Like, okay, remember the line he said where he's like, well, blue is my favorite color, and the judge is like, oh, I always see you in the blue, in your blue suit. Imagine if we played in this instead. The line wouldn't have changed. We know this. But that would have been pretty funny. I'm disappointed there's not an option to keep Apollo Justice with like his eye patch and the coat and everything, because that was kind of sick. I kind of missed that. This is like some completely made up costume they made for it, so I'd like the Trucy's puppet down there. And we have our nerd school outfit. And we can have him button up his jacket. That's basically the only change aside from the watch, when you think about it. Does it change dialogue? I doubt it. I really doubt it, because like this is all stuff that only exists in this trilogy pack. And the next game has it too. Obviously the first one doesn't because it's just sprites, but yeah, there's an option here for it. I'm not clicking it though. I don't want to click that. So this is the next Phoenix Wright game we'll be playing. However, it has been brought to my attention that there is a very interesting, out of nowhere, a very interesting mod for Ocarina of Time that, believe it or not, turns it into a Phoenix Wright game. I don't expect it to be long. So I was actually planning on streaming it between games 5 and 6. So next week, expect that if I can get it set up. I haven't looked into what exactly, if it's like a ROM hack or if it's like something for Ship of Harkinian or something. But I wouldn't mind checking that out because it looked interesting. Like I saw like 5 seconds like, all right, this is Zelda is Phoenix Wright. How the fuck did people do this, first of all? Second of all, that sounds fucking funny. So I'm expecting it to be really short, hence why it will be next week. I mean, if it ends up being really, really short, then we'll just jump into episode 1 of Spirit of Justice, but my expectations are that it'll probably take at least one stream. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the Phoenix Wright Zelda thing next week, and then we will go back to Phoenix Wright and continue with Spirit of Justice. And then, yeah, we've only got 3 of these games left, so I gotta start thinking about what we want to do next, if we want to do more visual novel stuff. There's actually another Phoenix Wright-esque series that I would like to stream. I'm just not certain if I would like to do 2 Phoenix Wright series back-to-back, because there's also 5 games in that series. It's also pretty lengthy. Like, I've played the first one of it. It's about the same length as Phoenix Wright 1. Just about. It would be interesting. It would be a very different approach to the formula. But that might... I'm considering it, but I just don't know if I would do that back-to-back. So I don't know. We'll find something to... I'll have to start thinking about what exactly is going to happen after we're finished the next 3 Phoenix Wright games. No, it's not Danganronpa. It's literally Phoenix Wright. Danganronpa I don't count as Phoenix Wright. Danganronpa is courtroom themed. It is not Phoenix Wright. This is actually Phoenix Wright. You are in court, you have evidence, you cross-examine witnesses, you present evidence to contradict their statements. And there is a bit of an investigation, but it's a little more... It actually has less investigation in this. It's more visual novel style, which is fine. I don't have that expectation because it's not a Phoenix Wright game. So yeah, expect for that part, expect like Duel Destinies, but even less interactive. But the courtroom stuff is on point. And what I remember from the first game is that the puzzles are easily on par with like Phoenix Wright 1. So at least that part would be a good time. But I'll have to... I don't know if I just want to do like... Because this is like how many games? Like 4, 6, 8, 10? This is going to be like 10 Phoenix Wright games. So I probably give it a break and then we'll come to that in a bit. But yeah, I mean, more visual novel stuff like Professor Layton and all that, I'm really open to the idea of it. It's just got to be... We've got to find the right one, you know? I definitely like the ones that have interactivity to it. They're more fun that way, for sure. So, yeah, stuff like this is definitely a good time. I don't know if I'd ever stream Danganronpa. I actually don't really like Danganronpa. I played the first one. I played it all the way through, and I kind of like, I started the second, but I just lost interest for some reason. 100% all the late-in games. Oh god. Actually, that's impossible. We can't 100% all the late-in games because some of those require you to download puzzles, and you can't download those puzzles anymore. As we found out with the crossover game, unfortunately. I was really, really hoping that we could have streamed the DLC that you could download, the free DLC you could download for that game. You cannot get those episodes. You can't even pirate those episodes. You can't even like load them up onto a 3DS. I could technically stream them because I have them installed on my original 3DS, but I can't get them onto my capture card 3DS, unfortunately. So it would have been a little awkward to stream, so I just like, nah. So no, we can't 100% all the late-in games because some of them require puzzles that you can't install anymore. Yeah, it would be like 99.9% in that case, but yeah, no, the late-in games are definitely up there as a possibility. I have a couple others that I've got like a list of visual novels I'd like to do. I like doing this stuff. These ones are fun, doing this kind of thing. It's not, maybe it's not the most like active, you know, it's definitely more laid-back content, but hey, nothing wrong with a little story time here and there, right? Anyways, that'll be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with something new. A little, I have two things in mind. What we'll probably play tomorrow is one of them, and then the other one, the reason it'll be that is because the other one was like something kind of adventure-y in a similar vein to Deltarune, believe it or not, but minus the RPG. Replace the RPG with a rhythm game. But the other one, tomorrow, most likely expect something, I don't know how you'd even describe it. I found the game, it looked interesting, and the best way I can describe it is, it's like basically a third-person shmup bullet hell, but it's the motif and the theme of it that seemed very unique and weird. So yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be a one-off or a two-off. It seemed like it'll be very short regardless, but that will be tomorrow. We have Minecraft on Friday, and yeah, next week, Ocarina of Time, Zelda, Phoenix Wright thing, whatever you call it. I'm gonna have to look into how to install that because it looks weird, and I can't wait to try it. But that will be it for today. What time is it? It's only 2:30. I was expecting this to go longer, honestly. It was a case 5 for sure. It was definitely a case 5 of time, but it definitely wasn't the longest case 5 that we've played. That definitely was like on the shorter end of things. So yeah, no, that's good. That was like a perfect length. So we'll be back with more Phoenix Wright-esque things next week. But for now, thank you all for watching tonight, and I will see you next time.